and everyone is happily feeling the joy of us being live. Twitch has picked it up, of course, quite quickly. YouTube is getting there. YouTube is there. So, on a 1, 2, 3. You know Dasher and Dancer and Prancer and Vixen, Comet and Cupid and Yolanda and Blitzen, but do you recall the most famous reindeer of all? Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never let poor Rudolph join in any Rudolph games. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Santa came to say, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? Then how the reindeer loved him as they shouted out with glee, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, you'll go down in history. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it, you would even say it glowed. Oh, I can't top that, and I'm not trying. So, before we start the Christmas party, we're joined by Dad, who's happily popped in to step in because Foo's kind of busy with things, so Dan decided to pop in and help out. And, we decided to start off the Christmas party with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, which I have to say, I felt really Runon was the best singer of the group in that one, but we wanted it to be a bit of a Christmas party for everyone. We wanted it to be a bit of fun, because today is fun. It's fun naval history. It's answering questions, but it's a bit of our pre-Christmas party. It's the last live before Christmas. So, yeah, I wanted it to be a bit of a fun one. So, hello, everyone, and Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas. Hope you're all having fun. I'm going to do, type something in.
I mean, we say we wanted to start off with fun. I mean, this is more Canadian war crimes-ish. You know, how people were they were throwing during the Christmas truce in 1914, and people were throwing treats between the different sides of the trenches. And I'm told that the Canadians threw lovely little gifts that looked like pineapples, little steel pineapples, which were poppers. Is that one not true?
It's never a war crime the first time.
Yeah.
No.
That is the trouble.
The Canadians and the Geneva Checklist. We love them dearly. We just never want them to be on the opposite side to us.
Questions are now open.
They do not.
It should be working.
Just remember, they did burn down the White House. I'm sure they'll happily do it again if needed, or not needed, or whichever.
They are the Canadians. They are special. I know I would be slightly more cautious than some of the American leadership currently is about upsetting the Canadians, because, you know, they're kind of like, it's kind of like upsetting Scotland. Yes, to an extent it's a bit of a sport for the English, but we also know very carefully how far to push it.
Yeah. Yeah, you are careful. There is a line, you don't cross it, and they don't come and brutally murder everyone.
Yeah.
It works.
It does. Now, I'm just going to make YouTube happy. I'm going to put in an advert for YouTube. Oh, amazingly, I put an advert in for YouTube, and all the signs are just saying, Aero, you have issues. You're not receiving enough data. Go away.
What a... Oh my goodness.
It's
Dr. Clarke,
amazing.
Are you sure that it's not because of our little presentation at the beginning?
No.
No, that one's had to be escalated up by all the AI and bots, and then the last 3 human kind of checkers who've looked at it have all run screaming out of the Google HQ so far.
Yeah, we're single-handedly making sure a lot of Google employees get an actual holiday break this Christmas for psychological reasons. I'm not sure about the Twitch
I
ones.
think they just wanted a work break, not a psychological break.
Hi, Twitch, everyone.
Yeah, same difference.
It's all fun. It's all fun.
Same difference. I mean,
do you really need more than that?
Yeah.
You need more volume on Runon. I have them at pretty much max volume. It's his end, not mine. Dan and him are coming in on the same thing, and if you can hear Dan perfectly, that's because Runon's not turned her mic up high enough.
I have boosted my output as much as I possibly can. There is no more output left. Actually, no, I think there is a little bit more output left.
You can turn it up to 11.
Actually, no, there is no more output for me to boost. It is as boosted as the boost is going to get boosted at it.
Yeah.
Up to 11.
Oh, actually, it's up to 12.
Goodness gracious me. Turn it to 14.
11 and a half?
Right, so we've got plenty of questions coming in, so we're going to have a fun time this evening. We're going to start off with a fun one of Turpits, but also I want to talk some books through quickly. Thank you, Robert Dennett. Because the lovely people at Pen and Sword basically sent me a message going, Alex, have you received a parcel so far this month? I went, no, I haven't. I said, oh, one will be in the post. And this arrived yesterday. These. So we have some really cool books. But I haven't had a chance to do more than read them through once, so I'm not going to give them a sort of a glowing endorsement, but I'm going to mention them. There's Destroyer's Greyhound of the Fleet by Peter Saxton, which I've only read it once, but I did enjoy reading it. It was really quite cool. All about being a gunner, memoirs of a destroyer gunner in the Second World War. Then we have Sunk by U-Boat and Attacked by Kamikazes, Memoir of the Wars at Sea by John Marsden. Again, this one's it was a really cool. I've read it through it once. It was a good book. But before I go into sort of start doing proper reviews, I'll need to read them a couple of times. Jellicoe's War.
I just need to briefly butt in and say that the Canadian has endorsed our singing. I'm not certain how I feel about that. And this is medical Dr. Dan with us today.
Yes, it's medical Dr. Dan. Now, Jellicoe's War is the U-boat threat in World War I and the question of convoys by Nicholas Jellicoe. It's a really good... No, you're not getting up in my lap yet. No, you're not. Oh, caramba.
And that Nicholas Jellicoe is...
his grandson.
His son or grandson?
Yeah, grandson. So, has access to all the family archives.
Yeah.
Then we have Fairfield. The Ian Johnson's A Shipyard of Success story, which runs from 1834 to 2024. It's a really interesting read. Down. Down. No. Sorry, talking to the poodle. He's going through his periodic phase of, I feel like being... It's a really good read, that one. He's going through his periodic phase of, I'm going to try and push my boundaries, which happens every so often with dogs. We have the British Hawkins class cruisers, An Odyssey Through Two World Wars, by Aidan Dodson. Now, I read it through, and I think it's well written. It's putting forward a very interesting case about them, and a very interesting response, and it's got some great plans, great drawings in them. It's really well done. It's not changed my opinion as to the actual realistic value versus doing the 9.2-inch version, but I can see the logic for them. And then we have Aircraft of the Royal Navy since 1908 by David Hobbs, which is a nice thick tome. And again, it's full of some very good drawings. I have to admit, I'm probably going to nick some for my videos at some points, because I don't think I've spotted other
Rumsfeld,
drawings
I
like
will
them.
smite you.
Huh?
Just looking at chat.
Yes?
Stafford, I think the reference you're thinking of is if you teach a man how to build a fire, he will be warm for kind of a day. If you set a man on fire, he'll be warm for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Ay, caramba.
Uh,
That reminds me now
Yeah,
from the conversation you and Stafford had when we were in Canada at the dinner after we'd been around Hyder for the day.
I think I'd been drinking.
Yes, and
My
lots of things like that came out, and I was sort of listening from the other side of the room going, good Lord, help us.
Yeah. Well, drinking whilst ill on Monday didn't do me good. It probably set me back by a day or two. I mean, I'm a lightweight at the best of times, but
You're not a lightweight. You're a lightweight depending on what you're drinking.
I'm pretty much a lightweight.
Having seen you demolish quite a few tasting flights in my time travelling around with you, I would not call you a lightweight.
Yes, I'd say I'm fairly drunkled after them.
Well,
besides, there's not that much.
The worst time was in Sweden with the Viking cider. Hello.
Cider or the mead?
The mead.
Yes, that's because I've got used to drinking nice. Actually, I think it's technically Welsh because it's from the Wye Valley. Yeah, it's Welsh. Mead that's 5%. Theirs is about 15. I was drinking 15% stuff as if it was 5%.
Down.
No wonder I was getting sozzled. Hick.
Goodness gracious me.
Well, you see, Steve, if Dan is hosed, then Dan can't practice medicine, which means Dan gets a day off.
That's the whole reason why Dan drinks on flights. So people can't ask him for help.
It's either that or I have to pretend to be a nuclear physicist and say it's the wrong type of fast breed reactor. I only deal with slow breed reactors. I got that one from Pratchett, I think. I think that's from Color of Magic?
Possibly. Sorry, just responding to a random question from my mother, which was, did you really get Dan? And also a message from... There's a message from both my mother and from someone closer to Dan, going, did you really get Dan to sing? And I went, yes, I did. Down. Ay, caramba. Derek, linguistics. Now, so let's see. Do I think Tirpitz was an effective warship? Do we think Tirpitz was an effective warship? It was pretty effective at you know, keeping a lot of British forces occupied.
Yes.
And that was what it was basically doing. Black Horse, we've got your question. It is from Black Horse. Do you think the Tirpitz was an effective warship? We worked it out. I think you mean effective, though, than affective. I think you mean the E before the F rather than the A. But an effective warship, you know, the case of in terms of combat fighting power, it never really gets to test its abilities because of Hitler's orders.
It's absolutely not an efficient warship, which I would say is a measure of which is a strong measure of effectiveness in this time period. it is capable of doing its job, just not capable of doing its job efficiently.
Yeah, it's hideously inefficient, but I mean, the Germans don't really make any efficient warships in World War II, do they?
Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are the closest, and they're pretty good. I quite like Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. This is the thing.
I mean, they're okay. I can totally get why people would.
Yeah. Main problem is that Churchill decided to call them battle cruisers to justify his pausing capital ship construction. And people then sort of get into a whole debate because, well, the British defined them as battle cruisers at one point. Yes, he did. That was Winston Churchill, though, not the Admiralty. The Admiralty at that point was described as fast battleships.
Yeah, and I mean the difference is, I mean, meaningless. At that sort of stage, they're big, fast shit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There are also
big, fast, nasty.
People get
big, fast, nasty coming.
Yeah.
Do you really care? You know, yeah. But the problem is what they do with them, because then what they don't really have is the range and endurance, and they could probably have done with more aircraft capacity, so they could go scout for themselves.
I think they weren't. The trouble is what were they efficient? What were they efficient to fight for? They were efficient. They were conceived realistically. Those two ships, as part of the Baltic battle fleet, with a little bit of job against the French. They're not really conceived as fighting the British. They're not really conceived that, because you have to remember the thing about Hitler and Nazi Germany is they keep moving their own goalposts for them.
Yeah. They completely messed themselves up with that.
You have got this chat far too well trained, Poodle. You really have. The fact that there are people putting PT in the chat for you, even when you're being naughty, worries me.
It's a psychological operation.
Oh yes, he has certainly reached the level. So the person who's just messaged me asking why I've changed shirts today, as mentioned earlier, I went up in the roof to put down more of the insulation in the roof, and
ironically, I was doing the same. So I have a shower, and I'm in my Christmas sweater. That I found, incidentally.
Whereas I basically looked at my shirt and went, I'm going to need a shower, and that shirt is going to have to change. Dr. C sounds a bit fainter than usual. I'm not sure how. I am normal. It's all set up as it normally is, so yeah. I have no idea what's going on there.
Well, if it makes you feel better, as you know it won't, so I'll keep stum. I was rewatching videos from a couple of years ago about the county class, because for some reason they came up on my feed.
Oh, cool. Please tell me I wasn't doing roofing then. I seem to think I was okay. Don't think I was doing roofing then. Huh?
I spent enough of this summer up in the loft of your place, getting down Christmas decorations.
Actually, speaking of that, how do you fancy a quick trip down here to help me get them down and set up down here?
Oh God, no! Unfortunately, you are now a many-hour drive rather than a 20-minute drive from my place.
Although my mum is upset you haven't yet been to visit, because she's worked out all sorts of places to take you.
Well, I'm looking forward to working out when I can come down.
That's good.
But having been laid up for pretty much the whole of last week, I've kind of not yet recombobulated sufficiently to think about such things.
He's basically, yeah. Right. So, what would World War II look like if the Royal Air Force focused on Coastal Command rather than Bomber Command? Well, that's an interesting question, because they probably still have long-range. They'd have long-range heavy aircraft, but they might have more. They might have more. They might have more. What do you call them? More flying boats and more seaplanes.
I mean, one of the things that really depresses me is how little of what went on to become what was kind of Bomber Command would actually need to be diverted to maritime patrol, and it wouldn't take away the kind of frontline bombers particularly. It's just the ones which weren't very good at dropping decent quantities of high explosives on Germany.
Yeah.
If they diverted them, and actually if they pursued it as a policy, it probably would have got them more heavies faster, because they could have gone, well, yes, but these ones need to go. We must get the new ones in, because we've got to give the old ones to Coastal Command to keep the sea lanes open so they can bring us our aviation fuel, because we failed to stockpile that.
I think actually what would have been interesting most to me is if they've gone in, we might actually have ended up with a longer range heavies.
Exactly.
Because you think about it, if you're building aiming for Coastal Command rather than Bomber Command, if you consider Bomber Command's range, mostly they could pummel up out of France, but we'll leave that to one side. The British honestly weren't building to fight France. They were built. There's an argument. Bomber Command were actually Bomber Command were building on the idea they were going to be launching from France to bomb Germany or Italy, and you can see their point on that one. That is especially Italy was a likely scenario for many years. But the fact is, they're kind of short-legged for going to the Pacific. This is one of the reasons why the Pacific is the Royal Navy's theatre. And I do see some very strange stuff written about that. We'll leave that to one side. In comments, there are always fun people in comments, especially on Twitter, but sometimes in the comments here. And sometimes people go and they search out old videos to comment on, and you go, "Wow, you've left a really long, detailed comment, and it's your second comment, and it's like that video was recorded 2 years ago, and you've gone back and you've added another comment in 2 years later." Okay, but I'd say World War II, if the RAF had focused on Coastal Command rather than Bomber Command, honestly, you're going to have more of an attrition of German submarines, probably earlier on in the war, before they get really used to wartime operations. You're also possibly going to have far more of an air search presence in the Norway campaign and various other campaigns like that, which could well affect the operations, because if there's long-range air patrol and they spot the German ships in in appropriate time, then the Navy could probably intercept them. Sorry, I've just dropped a nail on the floor, and I'm not talking about the human cut, the human one.
You're more likely to have better developed links between the Coastal Command and the Navy, because Coastal Command will be that bit bigger, so they'll be generating more information to pass across. So they're more likely to get the sighting reports much earlier, being passed through to do things like launch the fleet, go 12 hours ahead of when it was. I've literally spent most of my afternoon reading about the Norway campaign on the 7th of April. I've been writing a kind of working out how it might go differently in something I have entitled Weser Oops Bungled, which might give you an idea of how it goes for the Germans. Instead of Weser Übung. The other thing would, of course, be navigation would be better. by the bombers.
Yes.
Crews, so they would be more likely to hit, the right country.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would be better at their navigation from all the experience from going over the ocean.
Yeah, because you either get good at navigating going over the sea, or you don't make it back.
Or you work out all the kind of radio direction stuff to bring people in, and the direction finding and all that kind of stuff can be used, which they end up using anyway, but, more fun earlier, maybe.
Yeah.
It just prioritizes different things. Yeah, so I think it would be good, and as I say, it would actually barely make a dent in Bomber Command's actual operational strength of heavy bombers. Or what at the time they were referring to as heavy bombers, which were not heavy bombers. I mean, some of them carried as much as a B-17. Which, as we all know, is not a heavy bomber.
Okay, someday...
And having dropped that...
Someone will have to explain to me why it doesn't matter how many... Every time I log in to Discord through, a window, an Internet Explorer, Internet browser system, it decides to turn notifications back on.
Because it hates you.
Yeah, I swear it does. Sorry, I just had to check that quickly on both screens.
It's the artificial stupid.
Hide that screen.
Oh, I didn't give any information away in that one.
Still.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
Still gotta make that profile up for you.
Stephen Richards, if Turbocet had got out, how would her gunnery be, I presume? She had radar-directed gunnery. It's going to be on a par, slightly better probably than Bismarck's because of the equipment she has. But there again, they don't have necessarily as much practice with their guns because they didn't get as much. They had a lot more time between gunnery drills than the Bismarck did. So that's going to affect
because of course the one you can't do when you're hiding up a fjord is long-range gunnery practice, can you?
No. It's basically, it's a classic thing of, they will have better equipment, but they'll have less familiarity with operating the equipment, so it's going to have an impact.
They will suffer from BT syndrome.
Definitely. And I mean, Black House. How often were the bouncing bombs used, and who used them? It's mostly used by the RAF, but there are a few times bouncing bombs were used.
They used them in an anti-ship role, I think.
They did try them against Tirpitz.
But they used them against
the Germans. One of the fun things is the Germans also tried to develop a bouncing bomb. Now, I think Upkeep, which is the one which was used on the dams, was I think only used on the dams. Only used in Operation Chastise. The Highball, which was the one which was designed to go against various smaller targets, including ships, well, that had a little bit more fun. I think it was Operation Servant, and... No, Highball was never used. Was never used, actually, Operation. It was planned to be used, but thanks to Operation Cashism, where the Lancasters dropped Tallboy, well, they didn't need to drop. They didn't need to drop Highball.
I was sure they used a type of bouncing bomb. I know they also just did skip bombing. That sounded particularly unpleasant. I think that was developed in the Pacific by, I want to say, U.S. Air Force and RAAF people, but I could be wrong on that one.
Well, how do I put this so politely? Skip bombing actually seems to have begun. The first use was recorded in September the 4th, 1939, by Bristol Blenheims.
Oh.
But they didn't do it on
I'm guessing-
purpose. They didn't do it on purpose. They did it by accident. Okay? So that's the thing is, it was then developed, and someone went, well, if we can do this by accident, maybe we can do this on purpose. And it was...
Are you sure that when they got back to the airstrip, they didn't say, wait a minute, we did that completely deliberately, guys. That was absolutely a deliberate attempt.
And it basically, by the time it gets on mosquitoes, it's actually working as a skip bombing system. And I'm just reading up my own notes because I have, believe it or not, because of the times I teach this stuff and teach naval aviation and teach aviation strike, I have a list of all the various bombing techniques. And what I love is the next one I have after skip bombing is the most the most fun one to talk about at any point. Toss bombing.
Toss bombing?
Yeah. Because people you say, did you see that example of toss bombing? And people just think you're talking about something rude. I don't know why.
I know.
Perhaps the chat can explain to me why people presume that toss bombing is something rude. Because I don't, it just seems perfectly normal to me to talk about toss bombing. But apparently, according to many of the listeners, it's rude. Yeah.
Doing it in the medieval era with a sort of recreation of Greek fire, you'd be doing it with pots, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So you'd be toss potting instead of toss bombing.
Yeah.
Why would people find that amusing?
I don't know. It's terrible.
I know. People will find anything smutty, as the actress said to the bishop.
What if Scharnhorst traded places with the Graf Spee in September 1939? Assume that the initial forces for the River Plate remain the same.
I mean, she still can't divide her gunnery that well between being tag teamed, but they're more likely to hold off at range that suits them and then wait for darkness and attack then. I can't remember if any of them had radar.
The thing is, they did have radar, but the thing is, the Scharnhorsts are faster than the Deutschlands.
Yes.
If I remember correctly.
No, they are.
So, definitely. In which case, she could actually potentially pull away a bit. But the interesting thing is also, where could she go in the River Plate? Because could she dock in Montevideo? She might have to go straight up to Buenos Aires.
Does that make much difference?
Well, I mean, she's in Argentina, which means she's further in. She's probably going to be less damaged than Graf Spee, so she might be more likely to try and get out. But also there's the fact that if she's down there, if she suddenly tosses in there, traders in there September 1939, so she's down there in 1939, and eventually caught in December, for this, the odds are the British have something a lot heavier down there hunting them. So whilst the River Plate might well start out the same, it might be the cruisers that find it. That response task force of Ark Royal and whatever's with her, probably Renown. No, won't be Renown this time because she's still being refit. So it'd be Ark Royal and she was with her. Historically, Barham was the one was with her. So maybe it will be Barham still, but Barham's not exactly that fast. But might well be Barham and her will be not as far away. They would be in a position, more of a holding position in the Central Atlantic. So they would be, instead of being the other side of the Atlantic and slightly higher up, they would be halfway there. So they'd be there very, very quickly. At which point, Graf Spee would probably find itself getting hit in the middle of the night. the Royal Navy would happily Taranto Graf's Bay, and would quite happily Taranto Scharnhorst in Buenos Aires in the middle of the night.
Are you suggesting the Royal Navy would have highly detailed charts with the depths of all of the kind of key bits of harbour and stuff in a friendly, neutral port like Buenos Aires?
They had it for everyone. I've actually read through them in the National Archives. They literally have charts and maps of every single harbour in the world that could take a big ship, and even a fair number of ones which couldn't.
Well, you need to know that they can't.
So whilst, yeah, it would have been very different, Rob, than if it was 1739. I'm presuming you went 1939. I do admit that. I am presuming, Robert, you meant 1939. Because then you said the Battle of River Plate, and I was going, that's 1939, so I'm going to presume. Because if you have Scharnhorst turning up in 1739, the world is a very different place.
I mean, I'm trying to remember what's happening in 1739. That's not yet the 7 Years' War. Which wars are going on then? I'd need to check. I mean, is it War of Jenkins' Ear?
It could be. It's one of those weird ones that we have. One of those weird wars. The War of Jenkins' Ear is... War of Jenkins' Ear, 1739 to 1748.
Yeah, the War of Jenkins' Ear.
Technically doesn't start till October. Technically.
Oh, well...
It would work.
It's just... the War of Jenkins' Ear is the one which makes the Opium Wars seem like the morally good ones. That's the war to let the Spanish let us sell more slaves to them in South America and the West Indies. We must always remember our history, including the bits which are hideously obnoxious.
The interesting thing was, it wasn't, how to put this, the slaves was actually... This is where it gets really, really bad, by the way, looking at history. The slaves was the cover issue. The real issue they were after was the trade in specie, i.e. silver. The slaves they were using because that was the one thing they could sell to the locals that would allow them into the silver trade. So they were literally selling slaves to get access to silver.
Yep.
Yeah.
We are... It just...
Good and bad. We've redeemed ourselves a few times in history, but we've done really badly a few other times. It's like when people go, we've done these great things in history, and they go, yes, we have redeemed ourselves a few times in history. We have redeemed ourselves, which is a good thing, because we needed to redeem ourselves. That's the point.
We had lots to redeem. Yeah.
And yes, they were good, but yeah. Merry Christmas, Robert Dennett. I have an idea. Did anyone ever razzie a first or second rate to build an incredible third rate? As I assume the same benefits that frigates built this way would transfer over. Not quite, and there's a reason for it. It's actually one... the trouble is, you end up with the fact that purpose-built third rates are usually better than razziing down, and razziing down to a frigate gets you a very good frigate, but you have to remember, a third rate will still be built from similarly thick timbers as a first rate. So you're not going to get the thick timbers advantage over the hull. You are not going to get as much of a sail advantage in comparison to the size on span of mass and rigging you can support versus a regular frigate, and so you don't get the same level of advantages in any way at all from it. But saying that, there are some ships which are cut down, and usually they serve okay, but the trouble is as well is that it doesn't work out quite that nicely, because if we consider a first rate, and I know some people do like to think first rates are all these massive ships, but yeah, actually the Royal Navy's first rates in terms of HMS Victories, which were bang on for pretty much everyone's first rates at the time. It's one of the things I find funny is that some people insist on her being, oh, she was only a baby first rate, and you go, she wasn't. But the others have
only compared
the
to
others.
Trinidad.
The others carry more guns than her, and you go, yes, but the others are supposed to operate over a shorter range than she is, and she's more designed for sea keeping, so she's got less dense in terms of her gunnery, taking up space than the others have. The others have far more guns per deck, so the others are far less good for their crew to sail around in. The thing is, if you cut off her deck, because of the way her decks are organised, she has 32 pounders on the lower gun deck, 28 24 pounders on the middle gun deck. So you combine those together, you end up with something which has 58 guns if you cut one deck off. And the upper deck has another 30 guns. So that's normally sort of what starts to get her up to close to 100. And then you've got the quarter deck and the forecastle. So quarter deck, let's say you still get another 12 guns and all these things. You are going to be getting to probably something like a 64. So that doesn't really make much help. That's the issue versus a 74. Or building a purpose-built 64. So whilst you've got you're right in there is a theoretical that does support what you're suggesting. The reality is it doesn't really work out that way.
Also, you have so few first rates or triple decker second rates to actually do that to.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking single digits. In the Royal Navy normally.
Hello, Proof of Cat. Thank you for joining Bruships.
Yeah, Proof. Yeah.
Proof of Cat is on Twitch.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Proof of Cat.
There's no proof, Cat.
I'm just trying to remember the thing, because would also one of the things with the it's to do with, would it not also, as you said, it'd be to do with the kind of the planking and the structure and the spacing of those frames in a ship of the line are going to be different to a frigate, whereas between ships of the line they will be less different.
Mm-hmm.
Is that?
Yeah.
And there's a follow-up super chat from Robert Dennis I've just seen come through. The response to that one is, look at Vassar.
There's a reason why you don't try and get 2 full gun decks of 32 pounders. You always try and make sure your lower the gun deck is heavier than your higher gun decks. The reason is literally the weight in the ship to keep the weight of keep the metacentric height as low as possible for stability. So
it would have to be insanely broad and actually draw a lot of water for one of them to be able, and then go in. I mean, it would make Hosh look.
Yeah, it's not practical
with the kind of amount of tumble.
It's quite literally the issue of Vassar is that. Quite literally the issue of Vassar is that.
That they tried to have a uniform heavy gun deck on both main gun decks.
Somebody had a bright idea, and they tested it out, and everyone else got to look at it and go, turns out it wasn't that bright an idea. How many times did the R-class battleships use ramming as a tactic, and what was the most unique one? I'm trying to remember R-class actually doing a ramming.
I mean, I think they'd have happily tried.
Yeah, they had happily tried, but I don't think any of them have actually had anything to ram.
No. I'm sure,
They did. I think there was one time when they sort of aimed for a submarine or something, a couple of submarines. But that's again normal thing battleships do. If a submarine is close enough, if they see a submarine in front of them, behind them, is try and aim to ram it because it's the easiest and quickest way. They are deep enough. They are deep enough ships in terms of draft that if a submarine hasn't died properly, and it's caught anywhere near the surface by a battleship, it ain't existing anymore. And as we talk about HMS Dreadnought regularly, her one and only kill in combat was a submarine.
Yeah. And I'm sure she would have been extremely tiresome about it down the pub.
I can guarantee she was. I think that might actually be the honest reason why she wasn't preserved, because a load of warships went, please don't. Do not.
HMS Victory objected. And one doesn't mess with the grand old lady. I have visions of them as a kind of a group of, the sort of ladies at a kind of having at a coffee morning or something. All these sort of slightly older ladies kind of looking over their little spectacles and being extremely sharp and vicious with each other. Which is quite a nice little image. And HMS Victory would be the Grand Dam.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, ramming. How about this for a what if? Just riffing on that. What about the if they'd ended up using one of the R-class for the San Nazaire raid?
Oh, that would have been an absolute bombastic time.
Yeah. How fun would that have been?
It would have. Let's put it this way: you have to remember the Royal Navy did have the plan was that if they needed to, if the Germans were invading and they had no other option, there were R-class positioned around the UK coast, which were older R-class, which entire job was to take themselves along the channel with the Royal Navy destroyers, etc., covering them, and slam themselves ashore to blast if they needed to stop themselves sinking, so that they could slam themselves into the British coast and would become fortresses basically on the coast themselves, impromptu fortresses in the middle of wherever the Germans were attempting to land. And of course, the Germans were considering using some of their older Royal Sovereign style, aka pre-dreadnought battleships for a similar job, and the Germans were going, "This is nuts to do this. This is not going to help us." And the British were going, hang on, if they're ramming themselves into our own coast. And then, of course, the idea comes up at various other points of R-class being used to ram into things and be a battleship, be a fortress to provide. Usually the Royal Navy goes, this is pretty much a stupid waste of a battleship. But you have to think, in the case of of fighting an invasion of the UK, it'd be surely tempting for to take an R-class battleship heavily loaded with Royal Marines, etc., to go and put itself as an unsinkable fortress in the middle of the beach where the Germans were landing.
Yeah, and I mean they did sink. It was Centurion got sunk as a breakwater at Normandy.
Yeah.
And the Hood before the famous Hood was sunk as a breakwater in Weymouth.
Yep. When were first convoys first used and by whom? Interesting question. We find convoy-style discussions and ideas of convoys going back into, well, we know the Chinese were using them quite an early period. We know the ancient Greeks, we know the Romans engaged in practices similar to convoys, the idea of grouping merchant ships together and having some warships as escorts. It's certainly part of those sort of operations. So basically, convoys have been around for a long time. It's a very simple, standard response to, okay, we need to protect this trade. How are we going to do it? But the whole thing is that gives us a wide history to draw from, pretty much, in terms of convoys.
The bigger question is, why did people persist in believing they wouldn't work? And I think that was the lure of technology winning out over.
Oh, it's every it's every generation believes technology has now made this sort of tactic moot. I am sure. I'm waiting to see the article where someone goes, well, thanks to distributed technology where we can now put stuff into containers and we can have drones, etc., we now wouldn't need to convoy merchant ships in wartime. We just stick a defensive container package aboard these merchant ships and they'd be able to defend themselves, freeing up warships from convoying them. And you sit there and go, that'll last like 5 minutes in any war. And a lot of merchant ships will be lost.
I'd also like to see the cost split between a sufficiently dense containerized system and the crew to operate it posted on Panamax ships versus just, I don't know, throwing a Burke at the problem.
Yeah, it's one of those issues of these things. It's like when we're talking about aircraft carriers and people go, oh, well, what we need. I saw someone talking the other day going, oh, Britain managed to survive on an aircraft carrier for 10 years. Why do they need them now? And you go, well, actually, no, they spent 10 years trying to figure out ways to deal with not having an aircraft carrier by doing very expensive methods to get round the fact. There's HMS Ocean with Apache helicopters off Libya and flying aircraft and tanking aircraft across the whole of Europe to go and launch a strike. And then going, well, they then now have to return, and we haven't got anything on call apart from the Apaches from the LPH and these sort of things, and you get this throughout history. You get people going, they're always sure that they are smarter, and their technology works better than it did in history, and you go, well, the trouble is the other side's this as well. And one of the problems you then go is the last 10 years we haven't been fighting really in contested spaces. If we presume that we're not going to fight in contested spaces again, then you're fine. You don't need the aircraft carrier. If you think you might be fighting in contested space, you're going to want the airborne early warning. You're going to want the strike capabilities. You're going to want the facilities to carry brings. And that's the real problem.
Thinking of aircraft, actually, and the idea of throwing a Burke at the problem.
Hey, Morgan.
Of course, one of the problems, some of the early Burkes don't have proper aviation facilities, and that would be the one thing you could do potentially, albeit at a cost of a small amount of some of the cargo on a big thing, would be to actually have an impromptu heli deck to give you some ASW capacity.
Yeah, well, pretty much that's what the British built for the Atlantic Conveyor, and so the British have kept fairly good ideas for that, and I'm fairly sure that can be recreated quite quickly.
So I could see that as the new MAC, merchant aircraft carrier, but you're still going to want to convoy them because that way you can have better quality defences, and if you put enough of them together, they become worth it.
Yes.
One ship, not worth it. 10 such, 10 big ships like that, worth it, and worth sticking some helicopters on one or two of them as well. And worth giving a Burke and something else in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The trouble is, Derek, and you're quite right about that, but the trouble is, you try explain that to the Germans, who didn't seem to ever understand the phrase infrastructure.
But Commandant, infrastructure is something that happens to other people.
Oh, it's kind of logistics happens to other people for some of their high command.
Also, we must communicate at maximum volume and maximum power at all times.
How else will they be able to hear us?
The fact that
anything less would be
the absurd thing about that piece of history, and the fact is that they do it in both world wars, and they do it the whole time. And there are a amount of people who try and do cope for them and go, but they had reasons for doing this, and you sit there and go, no, it's never sensible because there's always this thing called signals traffic analysis. There's always signals traffic. Even if your code cannot be broken, even if you do have a system which is so secure people can never break your code, if they can pick up your signals and hear where you're transmitting you're from, they can start putting a picture together of where you are and what you're doing, based on that signals traffic analysis. This is why it matters.
But it's also that they were doing it back. They were doing it to the Allies.
Yeah,
that's the thing that I find completely crazy. They were doing all that sort of traffic analysis and everything.
They
must have. Yeah, they would. The Germans were doing it to find out what the Allies were up to.
Knight 6831. Don't take this the wrong way. There are these things called Queen's Order of Counts in the UK. The Americans have similar orders. Most countries have various orders on their books, which means they can not only just take up ships from trade if they're British flagged or British. In the case of includes various parts of the Commonwealth as well, which have certain agreements with Britain. They can also be taken up, but I suppose they're King's Order of Council now. I'm so used to saying Queen's Order of Council that I said it automatically. Still getting used to that one. That, you know, they have those as systems, but they have rules. If you're a ship in harbour,
you can be taken up.
You can be taken up. Ships can be seized if they belong to foreign powers, or can in any way be connected to foreign powers. There are all sorts of rules sitting on there. The problem is not going to be ships. The problem is going to be crews. That's going to be the problem. The crews, getting the crews for them. But yeah, the ships ain't the problem. It's the crews. Thank you, Darren.
And then in the U.S. we have this nice little thing called eminent domain. And additionally, there's always the fact too of, I don't think if we got into that kind of shooting war, that the bulk freighters are going to be protected by not being U.S. or just generally NATO flag. Everybody's going to get stopped, or at best, or more likely just shot at.
Thank you, Derek.
I mean, I can't see an SSN obeying cruiser rules, stopping, putting a warning shot with a bow gun in front of a container ship to make it stop, so they can search every single one of the 10,000 containers on it.
No, and also, I think the reality you're also going to deal with is you have to look at. There are people talk about the things, but if you consider who owns the containers versus who owns the choke points, I'd be really worried about the powers if I was one of those powers who owns the container ships but doesn't own the choke points, because I'm going to be supplying the ships to my enemy.
Yeah.
Knight 681, don't take this the wrong way, but they can try suing you in wartime. There is things of you can sue people in peacetime; it'll get away. In wartime, the British have all sorts of rules which go, and the King's Acts and Council.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a reason we don't have a codified constitution. Those things can go straight over everything.
Those things will just be taken, and then the reply about any attempt to sue will be, once we've won the war, you can potentially claim for compensation.
And also, there's the whole thing in the UK. You're not technically supposed to be able to sue the monarch in the UK. Hence is a King's Acting Council. And it's the same with suing the president. It's an issue.
I'm going to rag on the US here. Look at what local law enforcement can get away with based on qualified immunity in the United States. You don't think in a shooting war that the federal government coming in and saying we need more merchant tonnage, I'm going to take that ship, and that ship you're going to get away with it? Trust me.
Yeah.
They will either, if they can't do it right, they will still get away with it.
Yeah. So next question. Moment Boy, how come was the word the red, white, and red and white bow color schemes for Italian ships in World War II? Why was it used? Did any other navy have something similar? If I remember correctly, they are used as part of air identification for aircraft to identify them from above, and they are quite common, especially on their larger ships, as a way to try and prevent aircraft from hitting them from above. And pretty much all navies have a different policy. You know, they paint the Union Jack on various points of the hull, or the United States paint the Stars and Stripes on various parts of the turrets, and ships' names and details on top of turrets. And people go, you're making it easy for the enemy to identify you. Yes, but honestly, at that point, if the enemy's already at that point, we're not so worried. The enemy's going to have identified. If they're close enough to be reading these things, the game's already up. They're coming to kill us. But basically, if they're close enough to be reading and identifying those things, and it happens to be our side, they'll hopefully see them and go, you know what? I shouldn't drop my bomb on this. And pull up.
If you could read this line, your periscope is too close.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Japanese famously had the red dot in the middle of the fight deck in a perfect spot for people to aim at, didn't they?
Yeah.
On their carriers.
And it was supposed to
be... Which I believe actually from those television things.
It was supposed to be there as identification for them to tell people, you know, this is a Japanese ship, but actually what it did was provide an aiming point for the Allies.
Oh well. But it looked good, so, style points at least.
So Fundle, yep, correct. There's only 25,000 merchant navy crew left in the UK. 12,000 of whom are officers and 10,000 are crew, and the rest is in change and gadgets. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, that would be the problem. On the other hand,
to the House of
weirdly
Fun.
enough, that kind of... I mean, okay, we had a lot more merchant seamen, but the merchant navies have always been very, very mixed. And people don't seem to change just because there's a war on. But equally, the crews may well prefer to be on ships, and the insurers will prefer you to be on a ship that's in a convoy. Because that's the other way to get those companies that won't come on board and give you their ships. Yeah. You render them uninsurable.
Essentially, the central governments are going to walk up to these ship owners and be like, you have two options. One, technically you have three options. You can sit in port and continue to accrue anchorage fees until time immemorial. Two, you can convoy with us, and as part of that convoy, your ship will support a certain number of military personnel and defensive armament, whether that be aircraft or some sort of containerized ASW or AAA setup. Or three, and on option two, you can continue to make money sailing back and forth point to point in a convoy. Or option three, we can seize your ship, pay you fair market value just for the ship itself, and you will make no further money off of this vessel.
Oh no! Both the British and American rules, they don't have to pay you anything. If they have to seize your ship because you're not assisting in time of war, they only have to pay you for the cost of seizure.
Yeah, we'll fine you for the cost of us having had to send people on board to seize your ship, and then probably throw you in prison for aiding and abetting the enemy.
And you have to remember, all these companies will have agents, etc., based in the countries they're visiting. So yeah, there's always someone who they can do that to. It's not nice, please don't, but it's a major war scenario, and this is the thing. We haven't had a major war for a long time, and long maybe not have a major war because they're really not good. But
no,
yeah. The thing is that the people forget that governments play very nice in peacetime and in the conflicts we've had. They follow rules and all sorts of things because those wars against counterinsurgency, those wars, they're not existential crises. The moment you're dealing with a peer-on-peer conflict, the closest you have to look is look back at the Falklands War and look what the British government did to companies then. And, P&O long remembers what happened to their ferries. P&O were happily operating their ferries and going, that we're going across the channel, they're happening, they're happening, we need them. Well, maybe we can get them in 2 weeks. No, we're taking them today. What? We have people coming aboard them today. You
can also say the words that no large corporation, especially any large logistics corporation, ever wants to hear. Yes, we're going to do a full stack stop work audit of your U.S. assets with the IRS. We're going to bring in all these people. They're going to completely shut down your entire operation in the United States. We're going to freeze everything, and we're going to account for every single penny that has ever flowed through any server.
Yeah. Now that should probably be a war crime. No one should be threatened with the IRS.
Yeah, there is also airliner equivalent. They have the similar rules for airliners. Last time those were activated was during the Berlin airlift, and the rules haven't changed.
I thought they did it during the first Gulf War, or did they actually just charter them?
They threatened it, and the air services just said, "Just charter. We'll give you whatever you want. Please don't put that in. Please don't do that. Please don't." Because that mucks up the entire service history, because all the aircraft go over to military service and military servicing. So it mucks up their entire service history if they do that.
Oh. That's another fun thing you can do to them.
Yeah, this is why the airlines are basically going, please don't charter them, because if you do that again to us, we basically have to write off the aircraft afterwards.
We thought this plane was idiot-proof. We deployed squaddies at it. Oh God! Burn it.
No,
Burn
it's actually because
the Mariana Trench.
You see that they maintain, because the military actually maintains to different similar standards but in a different way than the civilians. The paperwork doesn't line up.
Yeah,
and especially you have to remember.
But proof of cat, is it a war crime to the company accountants or to the IRS accountants? Because I can't imagine there's not a whole host of accountants in the IRS who are not just waiting for somebody on Capitol Hill to say, you see that company over there? I don't want to. Go have fun.
Yeah. It's fun.
Cat has responded, yes.
Yeah, that would be good.
Oh, good Lord, it would certainly would happen. It would happen. We know it would happen.
I mean, accountants aren't as bad as lawyers, but I'm not sure if human rights apply to them.
Look, it gets worse. You could say also, especially you have to remember, this is always the thing with the merchant marine companies and the shipping companies. We also want to check all your vaccination and health certificate histories.
Yeah, and the employment rules with all the crew who've ever passed through our ports.
Yeah,
we're going to go back through them.
Yeah,
for the last 40 years.
It's cruel. Dear Guy, in World War II was delayed and several lines or vanguards are completed. It'd be probably both. Probably a couple of vanguards and the whole class of 6 lines. Does having multiple units a class make it more likely that some will be retained post-war by the UK? Potentially. It does make it more likely. Probably the Lions get retained more than the Vanguards, interesting enough in that sort of. Because whereas the Vanguards are probably better to retain than the King George V's, the Lions, if you have enough of them, are more likely to be retained. But also there's the fact that you might if they've been built, you're going to have started the class after the Lions, and you might well have got, if you consider what the war scenario is going to be, what Britain's going to have if war is delayed till 1943, somehow. Oh, good Lord. It's scary when you look at how much the British would have had in service by that point.
But also, it's what's been laid down, and what are the Navy going to be thinking? Oh, well, we want to keep going with that because that will be a really nice thing for either later on in the war or next war.
Yeah, and you have to remember at that point, you'd also, if you've got the wars lasted off that long, then all of the Hunt class, all of the Flower class have entered service and have been built. So you are starting the war with that many ships, and also the thing is, if it's not wartime conditions, then it's very unlikely that Speer is going to get to take command of the construction in Germany. So that means the U-boat program and the German Naval Arms program will still be being run through the Office of the 5-Year Plan, which of course is Goring, which means it's inefficient as anything. But sparing that, I might have completed the Graf Zeppelin, in which case the Royal Navy's probably laid down about another 4 Implacables. Mildly improved Implacables. It's fun times.
I'm just trying to think, because you'd have had Lion and Temeraire were laid down in
Counterface.
Summer of 39. The next 2 had been ordered but hadn't been, or were in the process of being ordered with contract for one issued and the other one not yet. You've got...
And the next 2 were in the next budget, so they will be laid down.
Yeah, next 2 would be in the next budget. So that was going to be your 6 Lion class.
Mm-hmm.
And then you would be getting onto the Lion class successors, which also would be starting to look at replacing the...
well, you have to remember... The R's were technically supposed to be replaced by the King George V's, but actually they decided to pause that. They decided to pause because their planning is to grow the Royal instead of replace them with the Lions, because they're planning on growing the Royal Navy up to roughly 20 battleships, 21 to 22 battleships. Because this doesn't come from that number of capital ships, by the way, doesn't come from nowhere. That's enough to have both a squadron in Britain, a squadron for the home fleet, a squadron for the Mediterranean fleet, and a squadron for the Indian Ocean Eastern Fleet. So it was they were aiming for 7 to 8 ships per squadron. So the thing is that they are modernizing Hood. Under that scenario, there was almost an idea they might have ended up modernizing Repulse as well. They might have done. But Hood will have been modernized in that scenario. Possibly
Nelson and Rodney will have been modernized.
Nelson and Rodney will have been modernized. The Queen Elizabeth might have had the last 2 of them modernized. And Repulse might have been modernized, so they could have been kept around. But the thing is, you're going to start seeing the 4 unmodernized R's, the ones other than Royal Oak, would get sold off with the arrival of probably the Vanguards and the Lions. And remember, they're going to be they're ordering them at a pace of 1 Vanguard and 2 Lions at a time. So basically, you're probably going to end up with 3 Vanguards and 6 Lions coming in, plus the 5 King George V's, which is your kernel of roughly 14 ships. Added on top of that, you would then have at least 3, maybe 4 Queen Elizabeths modernized, and Hood, Renown, and possibly Repulse, and Rodney and Nelson. So that's 5 and 4. So that's another 9 ships onto 24. If you've modernized all of the Queen Elizabeths in that time, then you've got up to the full 24. So because you then have 10, you then have 5 and 5, so you have 10 onto 14. So you have 24. So you have your 8, and then you start replacing those ships. So that's the sort of policy they're sort of going through with.
Got to start retiring the R class with the first of them. Probably a couple of years, but with about 2 years to refurbish the turrets and gun mountings for the second Vanguard. With the second Vanguard.
They only because they've got enough of the 15-inch turrets in storage. They only need to have an R class retired once you're looking at the 3rd Vanguard.
Is it 3rd?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I didn't realise they had another whole set spare.
Yeah.
Blimey. They really liked their 15-inch.
Well, the thing is, if we consider the 15-inch, the 15-inch, the Royal Navy had monitors with 15-inch guns. They had, of course, Courageous and Glorious.
Would you be back fudging the mounts from Furious?
No, but the Royal Navy has... Once you start looking through the 15-inch guns that they have, you have the ones from Erebus and Terra as well. So that was sort of, and technically Roberts and Abercrombie, the Royal Navy wasn't quite certain about. How do I put this? So the Roberts and Abercrombie are both laid down in World War II. They're laid down in April 1940 and April 1941. So those 2 turrets are sitting there, and Erebus and Terra's turrets are available as well. So the plan originally was it was going to be, and that is the way all those turrets were going on them.
Oh wow! Okay, so you can keep an R class around for about another year longer.
Yeah.
Good. They're useful for the convoy escorts. Because do you want to be in the Deutschland class that comes up against one of them? An R class. Would you like to?
No,
I wouldn't.
You don't want to be. Basically, the R class. The thing is, the point about the R class is yes, Bismarck would win in a fight versus an R class. Yes, a pair of Shadows probably would win in a fight versus an R class. Yes, they would. But the thing is, they're probably going to take enough damage. They're not going to make it home.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the Royal Navy has a lot more ships than the Germans do. So if the Germans have both Scharnhorsts get damaged enough they can't make it home, even though they win the Battle of the R-Class, then they get bounced by what? Nelson and Rodney, who go, oh, lunch.
Yes. And also, we will revenge.
Yeah. And
the Royal Navy goes, excellent, you have freed up a nice ship name for us to reuse. We will now commission HMS Revenge 2 or 27 or whatever it is.
Rob Dennett, just to answer, because Rob Dennett's put a super chat in. Can someone grab that? Because I will want to talk about that because that's Sverdlovs, and I always like Sverdlovs.
Yeah, I got it.
Quick answer to Stuart Melbing's question, even though it's not gone through, but I will answer it because I can see it. Rule the Waves 3 is the most annoying and graphically strange and weird ship design program known to mankind. There's a reason I don't do games of it online. I do UAD, I do occasionally World of Warships, I do Hoi 4, but I do not do Rule the Waves. That is what Fleet usually does, Fleet of Oceans, who's often here. And they have greater patience than I do with a designer. They have a lot greater patience than I do with a designer. Rule the Waves A3 is a fun game to play, I'm sure, for many. For me, it's just never been one I've wanted to. After having played it once and gone, no. But Rob Dennett's question is, what if the Soviets went all in on the Sverdlovs and also built several Standards in the late 50s? How does the US and UK respond? That is pretty much the crux of the Red Fleet scenario, which the lovely Fu has been exploring on his channel. I would say if the Soviets had gone all in sort of also built some Starguards in the late 50s, then you see a very different naval policy start to emerge. And I'm just getting reminded that I haven't done an ad in Sooner Isn't Enough, so I'm probably just doing an ad. Pretty much, they need a lot of work. But if that's the scenario, if the Soviets have that much of a raiding force and that much of a presence around the world, then honestly, you might see the Royal Navy actually getting to build a new generation of aircraft carriers in the late 50s.
Oh, I've just seen Hello Desert Foxo. I'm not sure where Fillet of Oceans is, but I'm enjoying that as yet another thing to call him.
Foxo, I took fillet and I fried him up in hot oil and Bisquick. He was very, very tasty.
Foxo, I think Fleet was scared off by the thought of having to do the welcome song, which we did at the beginning, which is of course Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And
yes, which
I think we did very well.
We managed to do.
We might have to invite you and the rest of the Masters at Arms and Flotilla leaders to join us for the song at the end as well. You know, I realise there are many of you who would enjoy to sing along with us, and I think it'd be fun.
Mm-hmm. Or is he just still having little, overwhelmed with happiness at Hosh having been the Drax 5-minute guide this week?
I haven't done a key ships on Hosh yet, have I?
You haven't.
Please have mercy on everybody's eyeball.
Oh.
It's bad enough having a 5-minute guide about it. It is the Blackburn of the seas.
Okay. Foxo, she'll send me the ping when needed. That's great. Remember that. Foxo is going to be... Foxo has volunteered in, which means also Dragon has volunteered in.
Yes, Steve Clarke, I agree with that greatly. Hosh is a key submarine.
Okay. Matthew Blairens, what if anything would upset the current paradigm of submarines, aircraft carriers, and escorts? What would upset it? You see, they all fulfill certain roles which you still need. So unless you get rid of one of them, you have to, you know, the thing is, carriers are there to provide, aircraft carriers are there to provide you with air power. As long as you need air power, air support, you're going to need an aircraft carrier, probably.
Well, it's expeditionary air power and portable air power.
Yeah.
Then your escorts are there to protect, and don't think of them as submarines, think of them as raiders. And if you think of it as kind of raiders, anti-raiders, and power projection, that's essentially the eternal paradigm, I would say.
Yeah. I would say basically it's once you start getting Space Forces actually having the vessels.
But then you're just going to shift the same problem into space.
Yeah, you are. But it could be interesting. It could be interesting working out what takes on the ambush predator role of submarines in space. I think they all become thing is, they all sort of become submarines in space, but they also all become escorts and aircraft carriers in space.
I would put forth that any system which has the ability to spot submarines in the same manner as 50s and 60s radar sets, with that level of range and accuracy, to say, yes, that is a submarine. Go shove a spearfish in it, please.
Well, that's the main thing. People don't tend to get the idea of what maritime patrol aircraft are for. Literally, it's because we have sensors which can tell us there is probably a submarine over there. Well, we don't know whether there is a submarine or not because of the conditions of the water. So you go and investigate more closely. You send something to go and spot it. Basically, that's spot it out. There's a idea that they wanted to get a patch made for the P8s, Poseidons, and one squadron wanted to call themselves the Submarine Interceptors. And that's realistically what they are. They're like Interceptor. They're now they used to be on a sort of patrol deterrence model. They're now almost on an interception model. And they still do take part in patrols, and they still do some sort of deterrence. But mostly it's you are airborne. Okay, now go intercept that. They're almost a combat air patrol for submarines.
And I think the other thing is that if you do that, what you're going to do is you're just going to see an escalation of various countermeasures and things, and dummies, and spoofing, and attacks from longer range, so that your bubble that
Hello,
you need to be
Senglu.
protecting becomes big that you can't.
Just give me a second.
Realistic.
So I have just deleted that before YouTube does a lovely copyright strike on me. Because it's playing the sound alerts. I thought I'd turn them off. What? There's a Rin Brigade! Sending over the Bin Brigade! Oh, cool. Hello! I do worry about this. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Bruships, where we answer naval history questions and chat, basically. And I hope you enjoy yourself. I'm currently being mildly tormented by Pirates of the Caribbean. Because of the raiding music I picked. And Pirates of the Caribbean has now ended, so I can bring back Fu and... I can bring back Dan and Runon, if Fu's not with us. Sound alert still goes on for a long time. Yes, I've got... every time I try and fix that, it comes back. I now don't know which part of the settings I have that sound alert set up in. I do love that sound alert, but it goes on for a long time, and it causes YouTube to go, copyright strike! And I go, no! If Ren Penrose was here, I'd be slightly worried. I'd probably be descended by, and don't take this wrong way, this is nothing against Sangoon, by a lot more people. And that would be worrying to me. It would probably overload my Twitch stream. But yeah. It won't scupper YouTube. I think I've sorted that out. I'll get a message if I've got a copyright strike, but I think I managed to catch it quickly enough.
Yeah.
And usually I just delete the sections out. But yeah.
Oh,
So paradigm we were discussing. I think we answered that one.
Yeah. Oh, just a couple of things from the chats in YouTube. Stafford, we got silenced whilst Alex rapidly futzed around with things to avoid playing music that might be under copyright.
Because for some reason,
will
Pirates of the
freedom of
Caribbean
speech
is allowed to be played on Twitch, but not YouTube. It's copyright on YouTube, but not on Twitch.
And freedom of speech costs substantially more than $1, unless you're lucky enough to get a lawyer working pro bono. Yeah. Sadly, it is the freedom to speak and be sued. I think would be the best way of saying it.
Derek McManus, I personally don't drink, but my family's always gone for Pusser's rum, which, if you've never had, is the Royal Navy's official rum, and it's very nice, apparently. My father was rather too keen on it. Sometimes.
My parents brought back some sort of rum type thing from, oh god, where were they? Canary Islands, and foisted some on me to drink. I probably shouldn't, because I haven't really eaten dinner. Oh well.
Now, Black Horse, would there be any change in the outcome of World War II if Germany adopted standardization before the war or shortly into the war?
I mean, that's such a radical change. I mean, Germany standardize on anything? It would improve their efficiency hugely.
I think the problem isn't so much standardization, because they have set standards. It's just they keep fiddling with things. So it's a case of they make they say we're building 1,000 of these, but when you actually look at them, they keep every couple of hundred of tanks. Basically, they go, oh, we've got this great idea to how to improve this tank, so let's put this change, which is why you end up with we've got 5 Panzer IVs. Great, none of them share any components.
No.
And don't get me started on Panthers and Tigers. And it's the same with aircraft, etc. So basically, it's not so much standardization. Yeah. They need to learn. They need to learn to say when a change needs to be implemented or not. It's a case of, my views with production is it's kind of like when you have a small force. It's either worth sending the whole force to do an operation, or you don't send anything, and you hope it works out.
Yeah, because there was, I mean, Chieftain's got some great stuff about, I think it was Chieftain and other people, about the fact that, I mean, the Americans, with their mass production, were building, I think it was B-24s, and to avoid changing the production line, they actually set up places that you would send your completed B-24 to be fixed, because it was easier to do that and actually set up a separate production line, undoing bits and putting on and modifying it, than it was to change the original production line. It was less hassle.
But you see, if Americans had space to do it, they weren't getting bombed at the time, unlike Britain and Germany. Yes. But even Britain doesn't. Britain very much has a strict rule with the Spitfires. We'll test this idea out, but for us to implement it, it has to be worthwhile implementing.
And also with the Spitfires, it's things like, this whole factory will go over to build Spitfire Mark IIs, which I think was the one around Birmingham that didn't really work very well. And then kind of shift to a different one. And, another factory will then be set up to build Mark Vs. And then another one will be building the Mark IXs. And then you might start changing the one that was building the Mark IIs over to something else once you've got the other ones up to speed, because they were busy building the Mark Is, having got good at that before. And the Germans didn't do any of that. They also had lots of issues. I was re-listening to the Drax video about the Walter boats and fun with hydrogen peroxide. and the issues they had with their attempts at standardization there, where, you know, it just totally failed. They just completely failed to get any of it done. So it was kind of 1 yard saying they had 6 of module 3, 6 of module 5, no module 1s, no module 2s, something that was claiming to be a module 3, but actually looked nothing like any of the other module 3s, and lots of other things.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was fun. Right.
Derek McManus, I thought Chieftain was from Dublin, but I could be wrong. And haven't asked him. And hey, you know, there's a long tradition of Irish people going and fighting other people's wars. Yeah, Steve Clarke, that was the kind of thing I was saying, that they couldn't build a standard module to a standardized thing. It just, yeah. And then you factor in the fact that quite how many of their workers were not necessarily choosing to work for the regime. And of course, they're going to want to build good standards, which I really want in my submarine that's already going to be built by the lowest bidder. That's going to be so good.
Yeah, I always worry about that one. Steve Clarke, is it correct the F3 design was planned to have 3 shafts? And if so, would the centre shaft have been set up as a cruising shaft? Actually, no. This is an interesting question, because me and Drac have been looking into this lately. Because we also thought for the ships to be the way they were being designed, and all these things, you know, considering the amount of power they're putting down, they probably needed 3 shafts. But it turns out the Royal Navy was very sure they could do it with 2 shafts. What makes us even more interested is when we looked at the shaft design, and we looked into that, it's exactly the same as the Nelrod shaft, which means the Nelrods could take a lot more. A Nelrod shaft design could, in theory, take a lot more power than they actually had. Which makes us even more interested in their top speed and in working them out.
No, that makes me very curious about what would happen when you put new engines in about 1942.
Yeah. They were due to go in 1941.
Sorry. Yeah. What's going to happen with that? And
yeah, this is the interesting thing for the Nelrods, but also that
then you put Elramp and Hamilton in, and I find myself just thinking, Spaceballs, ludicrous speed.
24 knots in all conditions and weathers.
Yes, they can make 24 knots in all weather and conditions.
The fact that it means in a flat calm we can do 32, well, ignore that. It's completely coincidental and just a happy accident of the design.
Yeah, that was a mirage. That was the heat haze.
Yeah,
there was heat haze. That's what made it look like we were going that fast. We definitely weren't doing 32 knots.
But actually, on the cruising subject, on the cruising of the F3 design, what they would probably been set up is they would have probably been set up with a basically they would have had a cruising turbine and a high-speed turbine attached to each as part of a turbine set attached to each shaft. Rather like you find on the Town class cruisers. If you go walk around HMS Belfast, you'll find exactly that setup. On each shaft, there is a cruising turbine, and there's also a high-speed turbine, which they can switch over to. The reality is that's probably what you're looking at, and you're looking at being built up with. So that's probably what they'll do. And again, as always with these things, with the navies, etc., you have to remember there's peacetime rules of operation, and there's what they all do in wartime. You know, one of the interesting conversations, the usual example I give is, well, if you look at the peacetime rules for training and gunnery, there are very strict rules of where you fire the guns, especially cross-deck guns and guns firing over the hoods of other guns. Because whenever you fire a gun over the hood of another gun, it doesn't matter if it's designed for it or not, there is a risk it's going to damage the sensors, especially the aiming sort of gear, the visual aiming and that sort of stuff. With you firing. So you don't, in peacetime, you prefer not to risk damaging that. So you basically go, right then, in peacetime, we're going to presume that if we do target practicing firing over that direction, we can still fire in this direction fairly accurately, which will be over the turret. But we just won't do that over the turret in peacetime because we don't want to run the risk of having to replace all the gear. Where it doesn't matter whether it's what kind of system it is, it can still get damaged by the blast of the guns. And then there's people then read that, and this sometimes there's historians, they'll read it and they'll go, well, this means they couldn't do that. They couldn't fire over that position. You go, no, it doesn't, because we look in gunnery, we look at actual gunnery in combat. They fire on that angle, so they fire over the forward. They fire over the forward gun. They actually do it, and you go, well, so they do this. So they've done this in combat. What you're dealing with is a training requirement versus in a peacetime where they're trying to save money, versus wartime when they're doing actual operations, and it's the same with operating engines. There is a reason why we consider 1 year of war is equivalent to roughly 6 years of peacetime service. It's not because the engines are run nicely in wartime. It's because in wartime they are run at the red at the max. And that means there's a lot more capability in those engines than is often admitted to, because they give you the peacetime speeds. They give you the peacetime capabilities. Yeah.
And with Jacob W. Asking why there's such a mystery about the speed of the ships. In wartime, they will be zigzagging. So the fact that they are going a distance that we know is 1,000 nautical miles, and it will take them X number of hours to do it, does not mean that is how fast they're going, because they are actually going a wiggle waggle to get there. They will be going faster and slower at times. There's all the sea conditions and things. They're not doing a measured mile. They're not running trials. And the whole point is this is the stuff you do when you kind of are going, yeah, but I might get shot if I shot at, we're going to get shot at if we don't do it. So actually I'm going to reduce this, pull that down, accept this bit more risk. Then in peacetime, no, I'm not going to do it. It's not worth it.
Steve, I was very careful not to use high pressure, low pressure, because when we set up turbines with a high pressure and low pressure turbine, that means that usually you've got the steam coming off the high pressure turbine and goes into the low pressure turbine to turn a different shaft. So what I was saying was basically you shift between different turbine sets to get different power levels out of it. Basically, you have a turbine which is designed around maximizing power for cruising speed and energy efficiency at cruising speed, and you have another turbine which is designed around maximizing the power to give you maximum speed. And one will usually have finer blades. And yeah.
And in terms of the logbooks, again, it's the difference between running trials or peacetime when you're going to be recording everything beautifully, and wartime when it's like, yeah, we went from point A to point B in X number of hours.
Yeah.
And we then needed to request Y quantity of fuel to restock. That's going to be what you care about.
And basically in wartime, the commanders very rarely in peacetime. No naval officer ever likes to really be below about 70% fuel capacity. In wartime, they don't like to be below 90% fuel capacity. They like to stock up as often as they can to top up and keep it. And so you can't really go, well, hang on, when was the last time they filled up? What other operations have they done in between? What have they been doing? What else other systems have been running? Do they have a fuel leak because of bomb damage or something that they might have a slow leak somewhere in the system? So there's all sorts of issues which can affect their fuel consumption, which means you can't really even chart it through that.
Are they keeping more boilers ready and bubbling away at a low level so they can use them even if they're cruising? Yeah, and the whole thing with the cruising turbines not being high and low pressure, it's the whole thing of what an engine is optimized for.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, next question from Black Horse. Would it have been better for Japan to either announce the Yamato class or put the resources used into other things? The answer to that is yes.
I would say, yeah, the answer.
If you build a deterrent, people have to know about it. If you're building a deterrent and nobody knows about it, it cannot work as a deterrent.
That is the trouble. If the Japanese had announced they would build and whatnot, I wouldn't have announced them before they built them, but I would announce them when I launched them, when they're fitting out. I would have certainly have announced them in 1941. I'd have gone, "What? Look at our new battleships." And watch how the rest of the world will react at that point. Because, in the nicest way, you're going to get the Americans having a panic because suddenly all their old battleships are dead meat if they meet Yamato. And so the Americans are going to have to think about where their battle fleet is, what they're going to do. And also the press is going to go nuts and all these things. Linguistics, Dan. You're on my channel.
The American.
I know you had some fun on Fleet's channel, but I have little cousins listening.
There will be a sweet spot to mess up the American planning when they will have organised enough ships, kind of being laid down and built and everything, that you are suddenly going to trump, or at least can claim to trump, because of course what you announce and what it actually is can be two different things.
You can announce, yeah.
You're not allowing. So you can lie about things like the speed, and you can say it has all these 18-inch guns, which is true, and they can look at them and they can, then try and take photos or whatever. But they can't tell how fast they can go unless they can see it on trials.
You can tell the world it's a 28 knot fast battleship.
Tell them it's a 30 knot fast battleship.
Yeah, but there's a nice way. 28 knots is easier to hide. But the thing is, what you probably would have seen then is, as they announced it, is that would have caused the British to do a crash building program for the Lions. You want to get the Lions built, by the way, you do that. Then the Lions are going to get built very, very quickly. All 6 of them are going to get churned out in record time. By the way, also, the Montanas get built as well. For similar reasons. Basically, Congress and Parliament will have similar reactions of frigates! And build!
Yeah,
do you think we get the long Tanas instead of the standard Montanas?
I think you might. It's going to depend on. It's probably you get the first of the ships will certainly be just the Montana design. It'll be the design that's available at the time in 1941. If there's a second batch of them, or if they're divided into 2 batches in the order, then they could be long Tanas.
But also, I could see them saying, I could see them, the Americans, going for speed, but also I think the Royal Navy would also be buying even more T-class.
Oh yes,
and they will be going.
The T-class production run would just go. So, how many do you want? We'll tell you when to stop.
How many can you build? Yeah. We've run out of T names.
Well, then we do
to W.
Well, you see, with the U class, they became the V's. So T's, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, it's got to be the W or the X's. And they're the X craft, of course, so they can't be that. So it could be the Y's. It could be the W's or the Y's. Yeah.
There's about 3 X names, and I don't really want to be going to war in HMS Xylophone.
But just think how musical she'd be.
In a submarine, I don't want to be musical.
But the basic rule for a deterrent is if people don't know you have the deterrent, it's kind of like the nuclear deterrent for the UK with the ballistic missile submarines. Keeping one at sea continuously, that puts a cap on things. That says, right then, you can push this far, but you can't push any further. If you have so few that you have to deploy them for a crisis, that's going to inflame a crisis. And if you try and have a deterrent and you go, well, maybe one of our submarines is carrying tactical nuclear cruise missiles, then everyone either treats all your cruise missile launches as nuclear attacks, in which case that's not the result you want, or they presume you don't have any, in which case it's no deterrent. So just that's the point. Deterrence is as much as in the eye of the person you're deterring in their mind as it is in a physical case of actually having the capability.
Yeah. In terms of X names, I think they've had a Xenophon. I don't think they've ever had a Xerxes.
Thank you, John Tenzin. Would Yamato announcement muck up the Essex swarm? No. But expect the Americans... If it's going to muck up anything, it's going to muck up the cruiser build program. Yeah, because that's what's going to compete with the battleships for armor. Thank you, Willis.
Essexes ever show up in range of Yamato, something has gone badly wrong.
We have to remember Yamato historically died to swarms and swarms of aircraft launched from Essexes a long way away, which is basically how a carrier deals a battleship. The carrier goes, well, you have more impressive artillery than I have, because yours looks cuter, but mine is longer ranged and expendable, as far as I'm to defend me. So I'm launching all of it, repeatedly, at long range. Black Horse, how close did Britain get to starving in World War I from the submarines? The interesting thing is Jellicoe and certainly the American admiral who were involved both put it at 90 days. Britain had 90 days of foodstuffs remaining. I think probably we could have lasted a little bit longer looking at the results, but it's going to be a squeaky run thing. And I'm saying it's about 100 days, 100 days to 110. It's not enough that it's going to give anyone reassurance. Basically, they're saying 13 weeks, and I'm reckoning it's about 15 weeks. That's how close Britain got in World War I. In World War II, we never got to that level. We never got close to that level.
Malta did, but... And
most of that is after... April 1917, when there's over 800,000 tons of shipping lost in a month, and that's devastating that month. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Black Horse, if Hood was updated before an encounter with Bismarck, like in the late 1930s, do you think it would affect the outcome with Bismarck if everything else was the same? It's going to depend what the update was included. If she was updated in the late 1930s, let's say alongside Renown, and she gets radar-controlled gunnery and all the latest gunnery table, so she's updated at the same time as Renown. The other interesting thing would be, in that scenario, they could only have done that if they've kept Tiger around. Because every time Hood goes in for a major refit, the Royal Navy has activated Tiger to use her as the cover. So the only way they could have done that with Hood, of send her in at the same time as Renown, is if they've kept Tiger around to act as the cover.
I mean, the other option would be to build...
Because they like to keep enough battle cruisers in service. They like to keep at least 2 to 3 battle cruisers available. And
I mean, you could rush build the first Vanguard.
You can't.
With the 1st of January laying down in 1937.
You can't.
Why not?
It's armor plate manufacture.
This is the other thing I was wondering about. Could you get from an R-class? If you cannibalize an R-class, can you nab the armor?
No, you can't. The armor's too shaped to the ship.
Okay. Sorry.
Language.
Bother.
Yeah, that's better. Or bucket. But no, pretty much, if Hood was updated before a counter, there could still be the same result. You can still get the golden BB, managing to hit that sweet spot in the dip in the dip in the waterline of the hull because of the bow wave.
Yeah,
but
I mean that's going to be the thing: is it due to her draft, and is she going to be riding higher or lower in the water?
She's probably going to be about the same. They're probably going to aim it to be about the same. The thing it's going to depend is, again, if she's had the similar refit as Renown, she's got radar-guided gunnery, which might make her gunnery more accurate. Her engines are going to be in a better condition. Her hull's going to generally be in a better condition. She's probably going to have better subdivision included as part of it, and she's going to have some of the secondaries, etc., and some of the magazine storages moved around. So that might change its outcome. It might not be quite such a catastrophic hit if it does happen. But there's the fact.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember.
But it's the reality is, as I've said before. If you have a scenario where Hood has had a similar refit as Renown at the same time as Renown, and that's going to be because you've had Tiger and Repulse both around, you're also going to have a modernized Tiger as well in service. In which case, you've probably got a Tiger sitting there with about four twin 14-inch turrets as well. In which case, your battle of Denmark Straits could be a very different battle. Because you will have that extra ship also in service. You will have 3 modernized battle cruisers. Renown, Hood, and Tiger in service.
And that's before you start getting onto what kind of butterflies that might do to things like, would one of them have been at Mers El Kabir? Actually in Mers El Kabir harbour with the French, which would do really different things to what happened there.
No.
No?
No, because...
Or might you be able to persuade the French to come out and play?
Basically, there's a reason the British ships weren't in French harbours.
Yeah. But could you have persuaded some of the French to come across?
It comes down to logistics and infrastructure. The British whilst the British had enough space in their yards to support the French infrastructure when they came to visit our yards, base our yards, it was found very quickly when World War II was being looked at that the French yards could not do much more than refuel British ships. Because they didn't have the space. They didn't have the space allocated to it.
Yeah.
What if the Royal Navy asked to be loaned Dunkirk to be Dunkirk to be cover? Well, the French can't loan Dunkirk to be cover. The thing is, that's the French ship, and that the French need that for its own duties. So France doesn't have enough ships to go around loaning out a capital ship to the Royal Navy to operate with the Royal Navy as cover. It's what you're applying in that scenario is. You're applying what we do modern days today. If you consider, why is there a Royal Navy carrier going to the Pacific? Well, part of that is because, honestly, as I talked about in a carrier program, basically the French, the Americans, and the British run almost an integrated carrier program. Where you pretty much, you need roughly 14 carriers, or roughly 15 carriers, to maintain the 4 to 5 carriers you need in different spots around the world for operational requirements to support those nations' interests. And the French supply 1, the British supply 2, and the Americans supply 11. And pretty much the Pacific is going to be a gap. Well, in this case, the Royal Navy carrier is going across the Pacific because that's the easiest one to send across the Pacific and operate with them, because it can integrate with the US Marine Corps F-35s, it can integrate with the US forces in the Pacific already, so it's easiest for the Royal Navy Task Group to go to the Pacific and make friends with the Japanese and Australians and do that. So that's why there's a British carrier going to the Pacific. It's all about British interest in the Far East, but it's also about British interest within that alliance system. And so that's why you're deploying them over there. There's no way to...
The treaty system has prevented you from having the spare capacity to do this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically the problem. And Hood, Nelson and Rodney are just the wrong age because they are too new to be put in for the rebuild ahead of all the QEs, which are the ones which have the capacity to be done, or Renown and Repulse, because they would be not completely worthless, but they will not be first-line units not given a rebuild, whereas the they are, even unmodernized, they are kind of okay.
Right. So.
What was the next one? How important was Liberty ship production to the war effort?
Essential.
From
You can't do it without it. You can't do the war effort without it. You just can't. You can't do the war effort without it.
And you did have a same thing in World War One. I think the Hog Islander. Is it called?
There are various production efforts in World War One, and the Americans have their own merchant ship production in World War One. But it's, as me and Sal discuss in World War One, that's one of the problems, is that that's government funded, and then the government starts funding it in a merchant marine, and the companies refuse to continue funding it. So the American idea and plans for having a merchant marine which would rival the British kind of slumped because of the treaty system and because of their own not investing. And we had a good joke about that one, because I said basically the British weren't worried with the Washington Treaty because the Royal Navy viewed it, the Congress would never invest in it. But they also thought if it was down to if the investment was down to the British government, they wouldn't invest in it either. So it was a case of they just won't do it, and it wasn't it. It worked out that way. But it's a kind of interesting thing. If Britain and America had got into a merchant shipbuilding war, building race in 1920s, that could have had a major impacts on World War II, because that could have meant that the entire merchant fleet that you have in World War II is a lot faster and a lot bigger ships.
That could have been really interesting, and that could have had a huge impact. Just on the production techniques used and things as well.
But also, you think about it for the German submarine perspective. If the merchant fleets are on average 3 knots faster than they were historically, think about how that affects the channel, affects the Atlantic crossings. Think about how that affects the time they have to organise wolf packs to intercept, etc. All these things, it has massive knock-on consequences. They have to build their U-boats even faster on the surface, or they have to do something else to make it work.
Go back to mines, which actually work, unlike their torpedoes. Sometimes.
Matthew Blairens, what do you think of defence unification, later abolishment of ministers for individual services? Honestly, on a whole, I've not been a fan of it. I think it starts out from a good place of efficiency and recognising the modern world, but it forgets the one problem with such a political system. That if you have something which is an amorphous blob called defence, you have no one really articulating the case in cabinet for each of the individual services, and also no one articulating in Parliament who's responsible for articulating for the individual services. And whilst the services do need to work together, and you do need a Minister of Defence, I think it should have been a Minister of Defence, but I think it should have been sort of almost... you have Secretary of State for Defence, and you have a Minister for the Navy, Minister for the Army, Minister for the Air Force, and they keep their traditional titles underneath the Secretary of State for Defence. I think it should have been structured very much like that, with a minister still responsible for each services, and then some ministers responsible for things like Veterans Affairs and for infrastructure and industry. But, they weren't listening to me at the time.
Has instructed us all to stretch.
Oh, thank you. I always forget that that's working.
You might want to push the button for the ads. You might want to push a button for an ad, because you're coming up on 2 hours.
Okay, I'll push the button for the ad on the YouTube, because I have to do it, otherwise it gets upset with me. It gets very upset with me. Ad inserted from YouTube to make YouTube happy. You see, YouTube is sort of happy. Undersecretary, and well, then you'd have undersecretaries. You usually do have undersecretaries of things as well, but we'll leave that to one side. And that's I'm not getting into that. But ministers, undersecretary, undersecretary for defence, and also, it's a whole thing. But I do think you should. Basically, to my mind, you should have mirrored the ministers with the chiefs of staff, and then you should have a weekly meeting where you literally have the chief of defence staff and the sitting at one end of the table, and the Secretary of State for Defence sitting at the other side of the table, and then all basically alternating with Navy minister, Navy, Army, Air Force with the military on one side and the minister on the other side, and the civil servants intermixed between them around. So you have a weekly meeting, and that's how you get how you sort of get them working together. I think it would be able to go that way. But, you know, the reason why they went the route they did was actually the guy in charge of it, who was proposing and pushing it, was, of course, Mountbatten, who believed that the Navy would, of course, always be in charge, so it would always be good for the Navy. The man, as always, never short of being a bit of an idiot. Lord Louis Mountbatten, BC of World War II in some regards. Black House, what impact did the infrastructure of British and the US have on winning World War One and World War Two? It's what makes it possible. It makes it possible. It makes the winning possible. It makes it. That's the mountain other people have to climb, because they might start up with a tech advantage, but the thing is, if you have enough infrastructure, you can overtake the tech advantage. You can either outmass it, in which case the tech, you know, we might be produce something which is better, but we've got 95% solution to a problem, but the opposing it is, you know, 75% solutions to the problem, and they'll tend to win. Or you actually use the infrastructure advantage to build up what you need to build now, whilst also investing in the technological research to go up further. And the advantage the British and the Americans mostly had was in the sheer scale of their research establishments. That's something, again, which Britain doesn't really do a good job of talking about, but the sheer volume and the sheer quantity of science and research establishments they have for the defence industry was colossal.
Because one of the things within, I've heard the story that the Dardanelles campaign was partly triggered by a particularly cold winter that slowed the shipping of corn and wheat products from North America through the Great Lakes and the canals. I don't know if that's right or not.
There are lots of discussions about that. Honestly, mostly it's preempted by people's egos. We'll leave that to one side. Donald from Mr. Rumsfeld. Will the server be survival or creative? I can answer this for Runon. It's going to be survival, and Runon is going to be an excellent server manager.
Over my dead body. Either that or you're going to have to start paying me. I'm very cheap. I can be bought for 70 cents an hour. You will value me 1 penny more than my employer does.
Oh. Black Horse. What impact did thinking of Lusitania have on the war? In an afternoon, it accomplished... Well, I'm never quite sure about the quote, but the quote was, in an afternoon, it accomplished what British diplomacy had failed to accomplish for the previous 6 months. The trouble is, I'm not sure if she actually did sink in the afternoon. I thought she sank in the morning, so that's why I'm not sure about that quote.
It's more about the impact of the news of it.
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's really hard to tell with those things, because you have the public sentiment, but public sentiment comes and goes. And it's the impact on the politicians. And again, the impact on the politicians is going to vary with things like election cycles and who's vulnerable.
It was in the afternoon. It was actually 1400 hours. Okay. I thought it was I thought it was morning, but it was 1400 hours, 1410 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So the impact on politics is partly going to be driven by what the politicians are drifting towards and wanting to make use of. To some extent aided by the press and other people, but again, at this point, the Germany was really flopping about in the nicest way. At that point, they were just doing all sorts of damage to themselves. You have to remember, no one thought it was going to be a long war. They all thought it was going to be over by Christmas. And it was one of the.
Black Horse really did. I'm not critiquing Black Horse here, but Black Horse really did manage to get in a lot of questions quite quickly. I think there might be someone who's trying to challenge Knight for who can get the most questions in. I think I think Black Horse is right. Is trying to I think Black Horse is to use a phrase which you will know in the UK, and my mum likes to use occasionally, the stalking horse of the comments and the questions on Bruships, because Black Horse has truly chucked in a fairly large number of questions today. What happens if the Two Ocean Navy Act was delayed, and what would the impacts be on World War II? The Two Oceans Navy Act is delayed, then the American warm-up is delayed, and it's going to extend the war by however long it's delayed, because the Two Oceans Navy Act is not just about building the two navies, it's also about building infrastructure which allows you to build the two ocean navies. And so the thing is,
putting down the contract so that the people will invest in it.
Basically, you delay that by 12 months, then you're going to extend the war by 12 months. That's the reality of the Two Ocean Navy Act. Hello, IQB.
Yeah. It's the whole thing of things like the 1943 not very much happening sort of type business was in the Pacific is because they were waiting for the ships to come through.
Can I say the worst design to make of World War One is probably the K-class submarines actually being built?
Oh, good. That was my thought as well.
Yeah, much more. Royal Navy K-class steam-propelled submarines. Okay, just no, nothing else in the end. Yeah, it's no funding in the US. Basically, they're fond of.
They should have used radium. If they'd used radium to power the steam, it would have all been fine. I mean, they'd have died of radiation poisoning, but
Knight 6831, those are racing driver excuses, if ever I've heard them. Those are racing driver excuses. I had to restart my laptop, so I was delayed sending comments. That's racing driver excuses.
Yeah. Sounds like F1 after the race.
Yeah.
Maniganery.
What was the worst design mistake made in World War II? Hunt class have issues when they get into service, but I don't think you can consider that the worst design mistake of World War II. Pushing through the ME-262 to be a fighter bomber instead of letting it in as a fighter probably does rank up there. I would say
Bolton Pool Defiant.
The whole turreted fighter scenario.
The Black. There was some truly exceptional aircraft designed, but equally quite a lot of them were technically pre-war. There was the Buccaneer that was a US war build torpedo bomber or dive bomber that was so awful that none got used. In terms
Mark
of
Harkness, actually the Two Ocean Navy Act does affect the A-bomb, because you think about it, the A-bomb needs to be launched from the islands, which have to be taken to get the aircraft to get the air bases, which have to be be got and have to be secured to also provide the alternate landing positions for B-29s, but also provide the launch points for B-29s, and they have to be supplied and all these things. And if you do not have the Two Ocean Navy Act, you won't have secured those positions and be able to supply those positions for the aircraft to operate. So you will have the bomb, but you won't have the ability to get it to Japan.
You will, however, nuke Berlin.
Probably.
Or possibly another city. I'm not sure what they'd have done. I've no idea if they actually had plans for it or not.
You give Churchill the option, he will nuke whichever city has Hitler in it.
Fair.
That's his point.
I'm not disagreeing and thinking this is a bad thing.
But there's the worst design mistake in World War II. There are so many of them. There really are.
I mean, you could argue the Bismarck class in terms of wasted potential.
You could argue that they were the best set of ingredients ever ruined by a committee. Yes. Basically, advice: if you want to design a decent ship, don't design it by committee. Do not let all the different political factions of your government decide, oh, you've got to have this in it because of us, and this is ours, and this is ours, and it's got to have this and this. Oh, yeesh.
Looking at you, Rumsfeld.
What other terrible ship designs were there? I mean, lots of people were making ships that were unstable, but that's a compromise that you're accepting. So you get the US destroyers that were top heavy, you get all the Japanese stuff that was top heavy and fell over. You had all the German stuff that couldn't actually deploy into the North Sea because it would fall over. You had the French and the Italians who'd both been basically offering bonuses for speed achieved on trials by ships to the builders, which meant that their ships were insanely fast.
Mhm.
Brilliant. Can you actually fire your guns? Do your fire control systems work when you're going that speed? Not at all. That's useless then.
Right. Hell breaks loose. Why don't the upcoming ASW frigates get via Lazrock? It depends which nation you're talking about. I'm fairly certain the American ones are getting the RUM 139 VL vertical launch ASRock. It was in service since 1993. I would say.
To be honest, the Royal Navy ships don't have enough ULS tubes.
Well, no, that's not really the case. The Royal Navy's view is that rocket motor gets the torpedo a whopping 12 nautical miles. And for that space, they could have an extra anti-aircraft missile, and they could just use their helicopter and get the torpedoes out a lot further. And so the Royal Navy is the Royal Navy, in my experience, and quite a lot of other Western navies, when talking about it, they are underwhelmed by its range. However, there are nations which use it. There are a fair number of nations which do use it, and it's I'm fairly sure it's used by Japan. It's used by the US Navy. I think it's used by a few other forces as well. But as said, the main thing you find when you're talking about it, when you're talking about VL ASRock at the moment with most forces, is it's a classic 1993 weapon system and post-Cold War weapon system, in that someone's had a really good idea, but they haven't really thought it through and haven't really modernized it. I think if they upgrade it and they give it a better motor so it can give it a longer range and can loft it out to, I don't know, 60-odd nautical miles, then you'll see far more nations having it. Because the idea then would be a case of, well, okay, if we've got a submarine which is at 60 nautical miles away from us, that's already a threat. And if our helicopters launch its torpedoes and the submarines manage to avoid them, then the helicopter can maintain contact and we can loft a torpedo out to it. Or a couple of torpedoes, or probably 3 torpedoes into the water near it. So that's the reality you're looking at.
But you've also got things like you've got your 5-inch, which can fire an ASW round to that sort of distance, because we've seen them. So actually, it's not getting you very far, and you can fire a 5-inch that far projectile. In fact, you can fire several at a suspicious contact. And also, and this was at a defence trade fair, not in any way confidential, that we went to. It was the same stand. In fact, it was BAE Systems, and they've got 2 project teams working on things. They've got one who are working on a helicopter type drone that is able to carry a 1,000 kilo payload. And if they can get a bit more out of it, brilliant. And they have another team who are working on a 1,000 kilo air-dropped torpedo. And if they can get it a tiny bit less than that, so they can then stick on the kind of little wings and things so that it can drop more happily and more safely into the water. Again, brilliant. And so they've got those 2 teams working together and getting close.
They need to fund those 2 teams.
Yeah. So they've got I think they've got a competition between them, so you could well end up with a torpedo that's under 1,000 kilos and a drone that can carry over that, which means more fuel for the drone, so you've got a longer loiter time, and it can go even further. And if you're really going to kill a submarine, you can live with not bringing the drone back, so you just need it to be one way, or you can bring the drone back and even bring the torpedo back if you change your mind about the prosecution.
The problem, Dan, with
like a better idea.
The problem, Dan, with a lot of those things and using the drones, etc., that is an option, and that is something which they're definitely looking into. But the problem is that a lot of the it is how do I put this? It's a lot of interesting work to get it to work, and
Yep.
as much as people might disagree with me when I talk about this, hunting submarines is still as much an art format as it is a science. Because the thing is, whilst if you especially hear the operators that go, well, I'm applying this scientific principle, then you go, so in the end, what makes you decide whether it's my experience, it's my learning? It's all another thing for it's your gut. Yes, you've got all experience and learning, but you are at the end, you're making a decision of is this sound a submarine or is this sound an underwater volcano? It's a bit down the gut. Now, for Gargamba, we've talked about the doing
no.
Now,
it's
yeah.
heuristics.
Yeah.
We call it heuristics because it's exactly what we do when we're making a diagnosis in medicine.
Yeah, that's often the medical response. You give it a very complicated name when you can just go with gut. Now, Gagamba. Okay, so I see you've brought up the first B-29 raids of Japan were launched from China. They weren't actually. Operation Matterhorn, technically they launched from India, then they refuel in China, and then they attack Japan. So they're basically launching out of India. Secondly, the supplies and equipment needed to get there are often shifted on Liberty ships, which are built using some of the infrastructure which was actually developed under the Two Ocean Navy fleet, Two Ocean Navy program. So it's one of those scenarios is you ain't getting those there unless you can do that. So whilst you are right, they do the launch. As I said, they load them up in India, they refuel them in China, they go and attack Japan. It's Operation Matterhorn. It's all the things of the 20th Air Force, I think it is. I think it's the 20th Air Force. Someone please go and check.
It's very impressive and so grossly inefficient. Even the Allies don't keep it up.
It's kept up for quite a while. It does a fair number of operations, and it's fun to do. But the thing is, they have other duties they like to do them with them, and using those for nuke attack. The thing is, then if you're from the American perspective, you are handing over the nuclear weapons operations to the planes are taking off from India. So first off, they're going to a British airfield in India, and it's all being assembled there on British territory, and then it's going to Kagamba. Oh, good lord. Okay, you're trying to turn this into a whole long discussion. I can see your point here, but the US had the world's second largest merchant navy before Liberty ships were built. Yes and no. You see, the thing about the Liberty ships is they have a lot of very well designed cargo space and derrick cranes and things which can allow them to load and unload. And you might have the trouble is the ships the Americans have. The collection of ships which most nations have prior to World War II and prior to the war build ships are not so standardized and not so capable. Not all the US raids were from India. Gagamba, actually go look it up, please, because as said, it's the Operation Matterhorn, and they are launching from India, then to China, and then they're going from there, and that's the program they seem to have followed the whole way through. But that's I'm sure there are some specific operations and some specific individual cases where they might do something different, but the resources all seem to be based through India for all these things, and all the supplies for the 20th Air Force seem to come from India. Okay. But yeah, it's fun times. It's a very complicated way of going about the war, and one of the other problems they had with that was also the load the aircraft could take and the bomb load they could carry, because they had to fly over the Himalayas, and yeah, it's a fun time for them. It really is.
It was the supply aircraft, the C-47s flying over or DC-3s flying over the with all the fuel that was really fun. As opposed to being in a nice pressurized aircraft that can actually go that high.
Yeah.
And yeah, one of the key things with the Liberty ships, there's a good couple of websites about them. If you look, which are linked on Wikipedia, but rather than just reading Wikipedia, which are they were what's the right way of
No,
putting it?
Gamba, and nicest way, you're talking about a theoretical possibility, but here's the thing. You're asking for the Americans to send their most prized possession, the nuclear bombs, to operate them from airfields which they don't control, to have those aircraft have to land with those bombs aboard after those bombs have been potentially armed or set up, or you've got to take all the people who are going to arm them, all those specialists, forward into China, which is not necessarily the most secure theatre place, then arm them, then launch them. Now, whilst you can in theory do that, in practice no sane commander is going to order that, because the risks are too high.
And probably not even MacArthur.
But in nicest way, we're going to move on now, because it's taken out. That's enough time on that topic. Them landing with the A-bomb aboard would have been interesting as well, but yes. Yeah. The other thing is, you have to consider the other option is the fact that the supplies that got into China that were taken out were flown there. Not taken by ship, because you couldn't get them there with a ship. So all those things add up to just making it a nightmare to do.
Yeah.
I have returned.
That's good, right?
Yay! Liberty ships. It was that they had facilities to basically unload their own cargoes. They weren't, or at least they could be built with that as one of the options. So you didn't have to have dockyard facilities to unload them and things like that, because that was a big stumbling block. It's the size of your ports as well, especially when you're bringing everything in convoy. That's one of the complete nightmares for the British, was that the Germans kept bombing our ports and harbours, and they take time to fix. And if you lose it, if a ship sinks in a harbour at the dockside, then you can't unload other ships until you've moved that one. And that's tricky.
Oh.
Yeah. And yeah, that was a massive headache for the Germans. Please see Rommel's Revenge, I think, or what's the name of the website? It's Rommel's Riposte. The guy who set that up has a fantastic database and stuff about the limitations of the North African yards for the Germans and Italians, and discussion about the different claims made about it, and why their convoys normally were only 4 ships at a time. Generally.
Yeah. And Gigambit, in answer to your last point, because you seem to want to continue this on, if you can't see the difference between deploying a bomber aircraft, as important as it is, and dropping it, having it land and take off from a country, and deploying an aircraft which is carrying a nuclear bomb to land in another country and then take off, I'm sorry, I don't think I can help you. Because there's a big difference in those two things. Yes, the B-29 is the second most cherished program. It's a really important critical program, but the difference between the destructive power of the Japanese maybe getting hold of a B-29 and maybe reverse engineering something from there, and maybe being able to get a production line going, and maybe getting able to build something, and then what was in range of that, and what they can actually hit with it, versus them getting a nuclear weapon, is a very big difference. And that's the reality. The nuclear weapon is the nuclear weapon. The bomber is a scary capability on its own, but let's be honest, there's a reason they don't care about them landing in Soviet Union. If the Soviet Union managed to reverse engineer it, well, they do. They've not supplied it for all, but they do reverse engineer it from some which are forced to land there. They're not so worried about that. But they would never, if the aircraft which had nuclear weapons aboard had problems, their thing was to crash in the sea. You stated the US couldn't trust the British. No, the US didn't want to trust the British with it. The US did not want to. The British might have been part of the program, but the US didn't want to give these things, and it's the Chinese that's a big problem. It's the fact that the bombers have to land in China and then refuel there and then fly on to Japan. That's the really big problem. But also, sending all the materials and having all the materials assembled in Britain, in British territory, in India, is again another risk that the Americans don't want to go through. The Americans want complete control of the program.
It's a risk you don't have to take, so don't take it.
Yeah. Yeah. Stafford Thompson. The overlooked strategic assets of the island of misfit toys. How could they be better utilized in future? Dan, do you want to start off on this one?
Island of Misfit Toys. Does he mean the British and our tendency to have weird stuff? I mean, there is this thing of, I think it's
a book with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in.
I'm not sure. I did see Red One on Amazon Prime.
Dan?
Yeah?
Think toy trains with square wheels.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, they just need to be converted to maglev.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we could do that. What else can we do? I mean, the square wheels thing, I mean, if you could raise that up so that you could then have a normal thing underneath it and then drop it down, then that would be great for rail-mounted artillery because it's already going to be conformed to your track loading, your loading gauge. So that would work quite well. Other toys that don't work. I mean, the thing is, it's a toy. You can do whatever you want with it. The whole point is it's about your imagination. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, look, you give a kid a rock, and they're going to be able to use it as pretend it's a starship. Children can do anything. Children are amazing like that. Yeah, it's adults who are boring. I'm done. No more thoughts. It's a good question. It's too left field for me.
Yeah. It's a fun one though.
I really like it. It's a great question. Brilliant question. I don't have a good answer. I need to think about the examples.
And to Gamba, who's continuing this on, look, we already discussed the fact that all the operations started in China had to be supplied from India. Had to be supplied through India. Had to either be the supplies had to be flown in, or they had to go in across the Burma Road. But the Burma Road had been shut down in 1942 by the Japanese at the various points. So yeah, this is that they are mostly the supplies are getting flown in from India. So yeah, that Chengdu is in the middle of Japan, or middle of China. They're not getting the supplies from nowhere. You have a choice. I suppose you could try and get them from the Soviet Union, but that could cause all other troubles. You could try and supplies in that way. So it's just not happening. There is no way to get the supplies to Chengdu without actually using Allied territory and using those ships to get them there. Gagamba's not annoying me, but they are not listening, which is a bit frustrating when the whole point of asking questions you'd hope that they'd listen to the answer, but obviously, maybe I'm not explaining it properly, in which case, please tell me. USSR is still neutral. No, they're not neutral. They are currently actively receiving aid at this point, and because of the German invasion, and they've divided up Iran with the British, so USSR are about as neutral as yeah.
I can't think of anyone who was neutral like that. I mean, as neutral as the Americans were in about October 1941.
Yeah. Matthew Blerens, would an LHD with an angled flight deck and catapults be a viable carrier for a small nation, or would it be too compromised to act as both an assault ship and a carrier? Take care, Tanif. It's going to depend on your size and what you're looking at doing. And yes, you can theoretically build one like it, but It's not going to happen. It's not the case. It's going to happen. It's going to be
But
a
also
case of if you're putting an angled flight deck on an LHD, and LHD operations, yes, you theoretically and catapults. Then you've also taken up space, which is for an LHD. Your primary space for your flight deck is helicopter launch capacity. Everything else is additional to it. So if you're interrupting and interfering with the ability to launch helicopters, you have a problem, and you can't have helicopters landing and taking off from space which has catapults on it. They could damage the catapults. They could, you just don't do it. People go, well, there's the space there. You can theoretically bring the helicopters down in between, but in a nice way, if you've got a ship which is doing that in the water, and it doesn't matter how precise your helicopter is coming down, if there's a cross breeze, etc., it might land off the mark. And if it lands off the mark and goes into the catapult, that can cause issues. But you could also build one, but it wouldn't be necessarily of help. Go on, Dan.
But so much of your LHD's volume is taken up by the dock part, kind of, and your capacity there. So your space available for flight deck and for flight, all the supplies that your, I assume, F-35Bs or F-35Cs would need or whatever, it's going to be so you're going to have either basically no space for the supplies that are why you've got all the dock facilities, or not enough for the other thing. It's like the battle carrier idea. It's two different things that both need both need the kind of the volume. It's a question of two competing things for the volume rather than anything else. So it's not that you can't have one acting as a carrier. If you want an LA, what is it? What is the America class? There's a couple of them which don't have any sort of dock. The LHAs, I think they call them.
Yeah.
Where they don't have all of those amphibious bits,
and they're basically used. They're basically used as well. The Americans don't like to call them LHPs, but that's because LPHs, because they go, well, we still have attacking air, we still have strike aircraft aboard. But it's the case of it's one of those things of, if you want to build a carrier, you build a carrier. If you want to build an LHD, build an LHD. If you want to combine the two, the easier way to go often is to go down the Vistol route. And people don't like you talking about that, but that's because the Vistol route is going to have minimal impact on your aircraft or your helicopter operations, which is why people do go down that route. But it's still it's complicated. One of the things people often forget with catabar operations, etc., is the amount of training it requires from pilots in the aircrew to use a catapult assist to take off from barrel assist recovery properly and to make use of it, and the air group, etc., to maintain it, and the personnel and the deckhands, etc., to maintain that capability. That's the saving. That's the saving grace of Vistol in many ways.
And the smashing down of the aircraft. I know we joke about it being a controlled crash, but it will bend your airframes. So your consumption of parts and spares and things is going to be huge. So it's a big cost.
Yeah.
And if you're a smaller navy that isn't going to have the numbers, you're not going to maintain that capability.
Well, the French do, but they literally do it for one carrier, and they do it by piggybacking a lot on the American program. There's a lot of people who go, the French have strategic autonomy, and you go, look at how much they have to piggyback off the Americans to operate their carrier program. There's a lot of work.
Strategic autonomy, yes, but equally their supply chain effectively to get that is not independent.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, yes, you can have independence for probably about 6 weeks, and then you're going to run out of everything.
Rob Dunnett, how many men do you reckon a Nimitz could truly cram on? I know some of the Essexes held over 10,000 during a Magic Carpet. In terms of crew, the Nimitz class.
Well, I think.
I have to be kind of careful because they're in service, and so I'm going to give you. The fact is, the official figures do not really add up because Ship's Company is roughly listed as 3,500. Airwing is listed as roughly 2,500. So by my count, that's 6,000. But officially, they're supposed to have a personnel complement of roughly 5,000, including Airwing. So they're already over it once you add in the two components. And then you have the Admiral's staff and the Admiral's command staff, which can be another few hundred. So I would say you would not be far off with the. I'd say probably at full capacity they probably can crew in about 10k, but that's going to involve probably some hot bunking, and might involve them actually getting out some of the how to put this, some of the hammocks.
But if you put up bunk beds in the flight deck, on the flight deck and in the hangar, and weren't carrying aircraft, I mean, I think your limiting factor is going to be how many portaloos you can fit on board, and how far you're going, and how much food.
Yeah,
potable water.
That's going to be your limitations. UIQB 472, LHD with some sort of folding ski ramp might be better. Could you build a common hull that could be built as even though you're like, no, you don't want a folding ski ramp. You really do not want a folding ski ramp. That's a good way to wreck aircraft. That is really a good way to wreck aircraft. And honestly,
let the Russians try it first.
No, basically, a ski ramp is literally just a piece of steel. It's literally it's steel attached to the hull. It's structurally integral. It can take the load and effort you're putting onto it. You don't want to try and make it a foldable ski ramp. And it honestly doesn't take up that much space. And the thing is, you can land the helicopters pretty darn close to them because if they do land on it, they look at a funny angle, but mostly they're okay. And mostly the height of the.
Let's face it, they're mostly wonky anyway. So.
Yeah, most of the heights of these things are usually designed so they're not going to interfere, hopefully, with the rotors. Hopefully. Black Horse. Oh, good lord, another one from Black Horse. What would happen if the US did not invest in merchant shipping production when they did before the war? They'd have been in trouble. You need a lot of merchant ships.
But they hadn't invested that much before the war. Before they joined the war, one of the things they did was to allow the British to spend money there, and then started doing interesting things with lines of credit and everything, of course. But it was things like a couple of shipyards that built the Ocean class, which were two of the first of the. Then went on to be Liberty ship factories, basically. Built by Henry Kaiser and things. So it all gets a bit tricky because they were integrated and you had all the stuff the Canadians were doing. And I mean, the Australians actually got to the stage where they were switching out war production. I think they actually broke up on the ways a couple of warships to build merchant ships. Because they realized actually that was what they needed more, was to be shifting stuff around more rather than having more shooty things. And they delayed HMAS Bataan and cancelled the fourth planned tribal. If we can just have a moment for the tribal that wasn't. And now ask Dr. Clarke what it would have been called.
That's an interesting question.
Because they had the name that would have been used for Bataan, which was, I think, Kalgoorlie or something. I mean, the problem is that we've changed the way that we render a lot of the tribe names for the more extant tribes as opposed to historical ones. because I was trying to look this up for my talk in Oz.
96831. Just before we get on, 96831, you just put in quote, well, France is about to find itself in a global position on the stat. US piggybacking will likely end on the next US government as America is going isolationist. No, America's not going isolationist, and in the nicest way, that program generates money for the US government and the US Navy and the US defense systems. Don't take this the wrong way, but looking at the incoming government and the incoming leadership, I don't think they're going to turn down money. I think also, they're going to go for that one.
Remember, they're the ones whose big complaint was that other countries weren't spending enough on defence, and that was why they didn't like NATO, was because everyone else wasn't pulling their weight. So they can hardly then turn around and say, but we're not going to play with France when they actually want to provide a good capability.
And the thing is, as said, that basically for them to do that, they'd have to build up their own carrier service, because arguably the biggest benefit of that carrier program, apart of Britain and France benefit, but also America. So if America will have to increase their carrier numbers, which is not going to be something that can happen quickly. To actually,
you can't do that in a 4-year process.
Yeah. So there's too much integration on it's actually isolationist in name only is what we're sort of possibly looking at. Kind of like the Americans were isolationist prior to World War II, when it was mostly they didn't want to get involved in the European War, but look at their rules of engagement, etc. They're giving for their ships in the Pacific. There is America's isolationism history is always a very interesting dichotomy of relations, because as we talked about in the video about the Monroe Doctrine, isolationism, but we're the dominant power in Americas, so we can't afford to be isolationist on that circumstance. Do you know a good book on tribal class and other the UK's large destroyer designs in World War II? I've got my own, Tribal Battles and Darings. I'll recommend that. Thank you, Robert. That was a bit of a load one, wasn't it?
I think this is a good opportunity for a shameless book plug. Do you have a copy to hand?
I always have a copy
to hand. It's a great last-minute Christmas present.
You can I'll get a current edition one out. These are about to go out as prizes soon. I'm just waiting till I can actually get to the post office and actually do it properly. There you go. Trials, Battles and Darings. It's cute.
Yeah.
I always think it's cute.
Yeah. Okay. This is not because I like him. It is a good book. It is actually well written. It is very readable. It is enjoyable to read. It is well told stories.
Yeah.
That actually give you a sense of the ships. It is not the Norman Friedman technical details and data. It is the story of the ships as beings and their crews and the humans and things. It's really, really nice. And so it complements all of those and provides something most of the others don't. Anyway, next question was Black Horse again. Woo, well done. Was there any possibility for Tirpitz to have been used as she was designed instead of becoming a floating deterrent in Norway? Tirpitz wasn't really designed for anything. Tirpitz was possibly designed to take on the Richelieu class-ish.
Honestly, there is actually a possibility of her to be used for raiding, etc., and used more actively and actually get in a fight. And that's if they delay the Bismarck voyage for when Tirpitz is available.
Yeah.
So that would be that's the option. But the thing is, then she probably dies hopelessly in the middle of the Atlantic at some point, because the thing is, if the Germans are coming out with 2 battleships and probably 2 cruisers with them, because they probably do that sort of kind of form, the British are not going to be sailing around in pairs. They're going to be sailing around in, well, they're going to grab everything.
3s or 4?
They're going to grab 4. They're going to be sailing around in 4s.
Because what you probably have is something like...
And what you would have is you'd have Duke of York, Renown. You'd have... Well, by the time that would come out, you might have Duke of York available, but you would have Renown, Hood, Prince of Wales, King George V, they'd all be given a bit more time to get ready as well, and you'd probably have Ark Royal and Victorious' air group have had a little bit more time to warm up as well, so you'd have that as one of your groups sailing around. You might well have a slower group as well, as acting as a backstop with Nelson and Rodney in it and whatever could be grabbed. But that's the thing you have.
Because you could stick Nelson and Rodney in the Iceland's Faroes gap, possibly, and have the others kind of backstopping them, or stick them in the Denmark Strait.
No, you'd have the fast ones would head to the Denmark Strait, and you'd have the slower ones would be behind them. And the whole idea would be, it'd be kind of basically the slow ones would be formed up with Rodney, Nelson, Furious, whatever aircraft could be grabbed, etc. That sort of thing.
Whatever QEs and Rs, possibly even.
Yeah.
Depending. Just want guns. Basically, the Royal Navy would do its usual thing and not play fair. But fundamentally, it needs to be remembered that the Bismarck class were designed at the point when the Kriegsmarine were being told explicitly that they would not be fighting the British. They were not designed to fight the British. That was not what they were going to be doing. That was not the doctrine they were there to adopt.
Yeah,
whether anyone believes that is questionable, but it's what Radar at least claimed.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of fun things. In the event the UK defence spending rose to 5% of GDP, and you are placed in charge of the long-term procurement, what would be the 3 most impactful things you could do? Fix artillery procurement for the army. Probably fix the tanker issue and airborne early. Increase the tankers, airborne early warning, long-range maritime patrol aircraft for the Air Force, but also fix F-35 procurement so we have enough for both the Navy's needs and them. And for the Navy, long-term needs, fix the Royal Fleet Auxiliary supply situation, and just order more of what's available. But if you're going up to 5% of GDP, if it actually went up, even if it goes up to 3.5% of GDP, if it's forced up to that high, then I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of the cuts which are announced pre the SDSR changing. Because if it's formed up to 3.5%, then the government's got to find things to spend that 3.5% of money on to say they're spending it. And the trouble is, that's going to be difficult with the current situation as is. So you might get Albion and Bulwark not sold off.
Or replaced.
They're not going to be. You can't really replace them, but they're going to be kept around until the MSS etc. comes into service.
Yeah.
That's probably what it's like. Gareth Garford. Where do I know Gareth Garford came from? Is that Gagamba? I'm not sure. Or is that Gareth Garford? Because I haven't seen Gareth Garford. I haven't seen Gareth Garford in YouTube, so they might be in Twitch. It might be the first question we had come through from Twitch. I'm not sure.
Ooh, that would be exciting.
That would be exciting because I haven't seen many questions come in from Twitch, and it's always nice to get them to come in from Twitch because I know we're still starting out on Twitch. I know we have 20 viewers there, whereas we have roughly keeps flicking between 70 and 80 on YouTube, and it's a case of it's nice to have them. It's nice to have them. I want them to be as part of it as everything. So I try and keep all the chats open and watch all the chats. Black Horse again. Seriously, Black Horse, did you come with these all prepared? Were you just this week? I'm going to, Night usually gets the most questions in. This time I'm going to absolutely rock. Were you just prepared and ready to go?
There's more.
New IQBB, the bot does work on Twitch. The bot does work on Twitch and is recovering from Twitch as well. It's not active
shut off right now.
It's shut off at the moment.
I don't want to get buried.
Yeah. Also, the other thing to say is, of course, everyone in the chat or everyone watching on whatever format is incredibly welcome to come and join in things like the chat. We really don't bite, and whilst there may be some in jokes, we would, it's lovely to have everyone participating. Yeah. The whole point is to try and engage with people and have conversation.
Brandon, the one thing I will say is sometimes I get very confused when people ask me questions and then we respond and then their next question is basically a repeat of the same question as if they haven't listened to my answer.
Yeah.
I don't. It's one of those things of I still think some of the Masters of Arms need to learn my facial expressions, because it's not anger. It's more a case of I'm confused by this. If we're having a conversation, if I'm answering a question, why are you not listening to what I'm saying? Or come back
Or
with
just do what I do and be perpetually confused.
Yes, I know, but you see, you're a medical doctor. You can get away with being perpetually confused, and people still love you for it. Where historians, they don't. If historians don't actually have an answer to a problem, they don't like us anymore. They stop caring.
Yeah.
They don't send us Christmas presents.
I've not sent anyone a Christmas present. I've not sent anyone a Christmas card either.
Don't worry, you have been covered. Someone has sent it for you to me.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be Tass.
Mm-hmm. Oh. So, do you think Bismarck could have made it out of the Denmark Straits without being detected? Very unlikely.
Not really.
If she turned around and gone back, she might have had a chance. But going through it, no. The way they're positioning is not having.
It was very narrow when she was going through between the ice sheets and things. It was well under 100 nautical miles, and you had 2 cruisers there with radar patrolling. They were unlikely to get through. And also, frankly, the Royal Navy had learnt that lots of people had tried before, and that was the main route that was liked by all the Germans units that had actually successfully gone through to the Atlantic or come back.
Yeah.
So they were fixing that issue.
I think we've answered that question about the effective warship one. Yes, and Montana 67. Would Ruby be a decent name that would return to the Royal Navy in World War II and modern era?
Yes.
Let's see.
You've got Diamond. You've got Diamond. You've got Emerald. So it's fine. It's.
There have been 10 ships in the Royal Navy which have been called Ruby. Included the most recent was 1910. Was an Acorn class destroyer, which served through World War One. They have been 40 gun ships. They've been third-rate ships, fourth-rate ships. They have a nice history. I think the thing is, if we had an R-class destroyer, you're probably more likely to see them. So the R-class from World War II didn't have a Ruby for a reason, I think. The R-class in World War II. Oh yeah, they have Rotterdam, Racehorse, Raider, Rapid, Redoubt, Relentless, Rocket, Roebuck. So Ruby, if they'd gone on for a second flotilla of R-class, Ruby would have been in that, because they've got all the O's and the A's and the E's. So Ruby basically just isn't high enough up the list.
Because the other option would be to have a Gems class, because you've had... Oh, there's also Amethyst.
No, can we not put that suggestion out there? Someone actually might go with it, a Gems class. Please don't. I've got enough with the Type 31s being the inspiration class. Please don't. Don't put that out there. I don't need more avant-garde naming to get into the Royal Navy. I really don't need it.
We need to worry when we start rebuilding the herbaceous border.
Flowers are always good, always appreciated, but that means war's coming. So the Royal Navy's ordering a flower class. That means big war coming. It's kind of like
ordering flower class.
But
gear up the Canadians.
I do have something to worry about you. Worry you all. There was a recent article I was reading where Germany is looking at their Rheinmetall, I think, is currently looking at an 88mm gun.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. So we can all be slightly worried. The Germans look like they're getting back into the 88 business. What is the doctrine regarding amphibious groups and carrier groups? So, carrier battle groups usually stand off and they're doing strikes, but they're about gaining sea control. Submarines are about sea denial and strike. Carriers are about sea control and strike. And amphibious task groups are about using control of the sea. So if you've got control of the sea, how do you use it? You use it by transporting troops. Amphibious forces are about gaining theatre entry. Usually a carrier group will gain you broader theatre entry, and then the amphibious task group will secure the position ashore, so you can then launch land forces into the theatre, into where you need them. So that's what's usually, that's basically how they work together. And the amphibious task groups will normally be behind the carrier battle group right up until it's time for them to go forward and do their assault, and then they're going to be in front of the carrier battle group.
I was going to say, this is the bit which there are
many people who are worried by the news worried by the news about the German 88mm. I was reading the article. I think it was on Friday morning. I was reading the article, just going, "Oh, great! The Germans are working on the 88 again." I'm just waiting for the Royal Navy, Britain, to start working on 14-inch or 15-inch.
Seneca, if the UK ever commissions HMS Riz or HMS Skibbity in my lifetime, I will advocate for the United Kingdom to become a pariah state until they rename those vessels and execute all involved in the naming chain.
Nice way. I love the way you think you're going to have to mandate for it. It's not going to be me and Drac are going to be standing there with axes over their heads before the ships are even christened. It was bad enough the inspiration class. True Model 1, was the Baltic project the only viable maritime strategy against Germany? Pretty much. It's long-term convoy, so a long-term blockade, and the only way you can really make the blockade any worse is if you can blockade the Baltic as well. And you can only blockade the Baltic if you've disposed of the High Seas Fleet, and you're able to flood the Baltic with basically ASW assets. Which is basically the British plan. That's World War One. World War Two, then you also need to do with their air groups and air power, and that make it even more difficult. If PQ-17 scattered 500 miles later, would more ships survive? They'd be that much further on their journey. They'd be that much further past the submarine threat and through the aviation threat. So they might have a better chance. Like the other convoy. But the trouble is the big problem for PQ-17 is the time of year they're going through. The big problem for PQ-17 is the time of year they're going. And honestly, the Royal Navy had conversations with various people about what times of year to send convoys to Russia. And summer was not one of them. When it's midnight, when it's constant daylight, I will hand this over for Dan to describe what it's like, because he and the others suffered far more than me. Me, the functioning insomniac, was going, "Yay, it's brilliant! I get to do B-roll in the middle of the night," and they're looking at me as if I'm insane. When it's those conditions, when it's get those conditions, you're making it far easier for aircraft to track you down. So now I hand over to Dan.
That's the thing. It was the wrong time of year to be sending a convoy like that. Fundamentally, the problem for the convoy is once the convoy is detected, you've got the different types of effectively predators acting on it.
Yeah.
And it's going to depend on the balance of those and where they are at that 500 miles further on, or if they've been scattered 500 miles earlier, which, bearing in mind how slowly these convoys are going, that's like 2 days. 500 miles is 2 days difference. That's a long time.
Yeah.
So you're in perfectly the wrong conditions to be conducting the convoy, because the whole point about the convoy thing is you are small. You are relatively, even though there's dozens of ships, you are not that much harder to spot. The 24 hours of daylight thing just totally throws any circadian rhythm. Although, to what extent sailors will have a functioning circadian rhythm during wartime, especially on the warships, is questionable. With the
I would say on the merchant ships, it's also tight.
Yeah, but particularly on the warships that are closed up at action stations and sailing in kind of heightened conditions, it's just going to make that even worse because it's going to be even more disorientating. Because where you might be able to kind of have a bit of downtime during a night in certain things because you're not as likely to need your AA gunners, you don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone's on high alert all the time. But yeah, it's once the convoy is relatively hard to find and not that much easier to find than a single ship sailing on its own. And it's the whole thing of the probabilities. So it's the kind of roll a d20 and you're found if you get a 20. Brilliant. But you're only doing that once, really, with the... and you might give yourself a +1 if it's a convoy because it's bigger. But if you send 20 ships, then you're rolling 20 d20s. Yeah, the and then so then what you're being attacked by, so a submarine which has got, what is it, Germans I think generally had 4 torpedo tubes forward, maybe 1 aft. They had their deck guns, so they could kill a few in a single go of the merchant ships.
Just have to do another of those insert ads, and whilst the ads go into play, I'll let you carry on, but I'm going to quickly also pop to the facilities. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, so the submarine can't follow the scatter particularly well. It's also not that fast, but if you're sending destroyers, they're fast. They can probably go around and hoover up if they can catch them in time. Aircraft will gobble you up. So it's that. Where are you being caught with your scattering? Yeah, it's really weird. And yeah, there are guys. There are people talking in the chat about what it's like being in a nuclear bunker for an entire weekend, going on a ship's deck at night, and it being just coal mine black or completely black. So those are the conditions when you want to try and sneak, especially when the Germans don't have brilliant radar and you can detect their radar emissions, because the Germans seem to always forget about MCON and the fact that you can pick up their signals before they can give them a meaningful return. But the issue is the what's the word? The issue is when are you scattering? Where are you scattering? Are you scattering to try and make it to the Russian port? Are you scattering to come home? In which case you're falling back towards friendly. Yeah, too many different things. And Eddie Rudolph, the reason why he wouldn't have included more escorts for the Navy is that's a second step thing. What you need to do is fix the expeditionary capability, because it's the whole thing of sea control. You have sea control so that you can go somewhere.
Actually, the reason I didn't leave the Navy is because, honestly, the go with the escorts is because we've already got the Type 26 and Type 31 programs and 32 coming on from Type 31's program and Type 83 programs. So we've already got those working. We just need to continue those. So I would order more of them, but I would continue. I'd just continue them. The things I need to fix are the fleet auxiliaries, are the airborne early warning, and stuff for the Royal Air Force, and their things, and probably there's all sort of stuff I need to do for to sort out the army. But the artillery is the big thing. If I can get the army with decent artillery and logistics again, then things are okay. But it's getting logistics working, and then I can get the rest built from there. Because once I have the logistics, I can actually support it and sustain it and get it working. That's usually sort of what I work on. I am very much I will work from the side which sustains it first. Issues of recruitment or retention. Well, yeah, I think the big things to fix with recruitment and retention are First of all, you have to fix the recruitment process. You have to get it out of Capita Simon's, out of Capita's hands, and you have to put it back into someone who's sensibly running its hands. But you also have to fix the pay, and you have to fix the accommodations. You have to fix the and you, in the nicest way, I'm also going to have to go to the government and go, right then. So, you have got rid of, you've made all the private boarding schools more expensive, etc. So you remember there used to be some state-run boarding schools. There's about 3 left in the country. Yeah, you're going to have to open a few more. That's the way, and you're going to have to make them open specifically for military and foreign office families. They're going to have to be specifically focused that they're going to take primarily from them. Because that's the way you get round this. And I will happily put money from the defense budget towards running those schools, but that will be on the criteria that you make sure those schools, they always have enough space, they always have places. So if I need to transfer someone quickly to, let's say, go and become the defense attaché in a country which is not that great, let's say not that great for women's rights, and they have 4 daughters, so they go, you know what, I'd really rather not take my daughters with me. My wife's coming with me because because of the work I'm going to be doing. But I've got these daughters. There's a couple, one approaching their A levels, one approaching GCSEs, etc. This is going to cause a lot of trouble. Okay, don't worry. This school can take you, and we'll always have the spaces available to take. Even in the middle of term time, we'll be able to take you. But yeah, that's a whole nest of things to deal with. Because believe it or not, there were some of the private boarding schools literally did maintain that, have been sort of informally maintaining that facility. Because there was enough money for them, and it was part of their charitable status.
Yeah, this has been a big bit about the charitable status. It's all because my school did things like it had discounts for priests and teachers' children's, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think the teachers had to work at the school. Because my mum at one point looked at getting a job at the school to see if we could do it, but so there was a lot of those sorts of bits and bobs, and also with recruitment retention, improved kind of skills and stuff, so that for when people are leaving, so actually look after people afterwards better and towards their end of time.
Yeah.
So that they're actually encouraged to come in and go, well, even if it's not for me, if I stick out 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, I can leave with actually useful skills, even if actually I've been an infanteer. Rather than...
The Brock, sorry. How would World War II have changed if the snorkel had been in widespread use by all combatants? That's an interesting one, because the Dutch actually do bring the snorkel across with them. And so there is information. The British do have information about the snorkel, and they do look at it for the boats which are operating in the Mediterranean, which could have been interesting. But they decide it's not really advantageous enough, because the thing is about the snorkel is it's more to be you're putting into boats which are either going to be forced to run underwater or are orientated around running underwater for a lot of their operations. And a lot of the boats being built by the Allies were long-range cruising vessels, and they, in terms of their distance, especially the American ones, and so didn't really, at the time, the way the technology was set up, it wouldn't necessarily have benefited them. But it's certainly something which, if it had been wider use, it would have probably saved a few submarines' lives, and so, but it would also... How do I put this? Led to a lot more complications in construction, and would have possibly delayed construction implementing it. That was another thing. Implementing snorkels and making sure it worked and all systems, because you have the snorkel, that's great, but you also have to redirect things like exhaust and all these things. You have to structure them around, build it into the conning tower, work out how it's going to fix in with the engines, how if it's going to replumb through the boat. So it requires quite a lot of design work to implement. Yes, the Germans would testify to it. It wasn't an easy thing to implement.
You'd probably want to design a boat from the keel up to take it, ideally, and
that's the ideal. And probably what you would have had it more likely would have come in with things like the V class, etc.
Yeah, but actually, what happened was people were iterating on the stuff they were building before the war.
Yeah.
The first C-class was ordered in I want to say 35. The S class were older than that. The U class were 37, I want to say. I do actually have a list of all these things around somewhere. And the Americans were iterating on their fantastic fleet boats. And I, which were great, and I don't want to knock them, but equally, I would not want to drive one into the Mediterranean. I wouldn't want to drive a T class. And having been on more modern submarines in museums and things, I wouldn't want to get on any submarine ever that's actually going to potentially go underwater in any way, shape, or form. They are terrifying.
You missed out the best submarine, though, didn't you?
Yes.
You missed out the best submarine.
Yes. Be quiet. I'm not happy about that.
Don't worry. You weren't the only one who missed out on it. There was also Drac missed out on it, if I remember correctly. It was literally me, other Dan, Gareth, aka Gareth the Brit, and Timu, who got to see it. And we were going around and going, whoa, this is cool. And sending pictures. Yeah. And we were getting various forms of mutinous messages back from Drac.
I mean, I also didn't get a chance to meet
it was basic. Huh?
Makes me sad.
Yeah.
I also didn't get to meet Timmy Locker.
Yeah.
Which makes me sad. Yeah. And we do not discuss the cute redheads who were tour guides on submarines.
Seriously, you can't take him anywhere. Dan? You can't take him anywhere.
Is there a story there, Dan?
There was some really, really lovely guides at the Gothenburg Maritime Museum who were absolutely lovely, and two of them were young women.
And don't take this the wrong way, but this is going to sound strange, but we have found there's a pattern, because if you go back and look at the video of me and Drac talking on HMCS Hyder on Drac channel, you will notice there's Shayna, who is also a short redhead. There is a short redhead who was working on Sackville. There is a short redhead who is working on the various ships we've gone round. We always seem to find, if there's a preserved warship anywhere, you will find somewhere there is going to be a short female redhead in charge of operations. We do not know what it is, but we have found it is a never-ending pattern. I'm fairly sure if you go to the New Jersey and you ask Ryan who really runs things, he'll probably point to someone who will fit the description of short female redhead.
Would you like me to see if there's anyone who meets that description on whiskey?
Please don't. I don't. It's just. And every single time, without fail, Dan will be following them around. Anyway,
I have a thing for redheads.
I know, and we have to watch every single time. We have to watch you. Luckily, he's always very polite. Nothing ever happens. Don't worry. But that's his way. Me and Gareth usually go. When we see them, we immediately go, which one of us has got a taser for Dan?
Look,
as a joke.
The girls have a taser. Don't worry.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? I have now completely lost my train of thought.
Bowmill Boy, do they do close escort, distant cover, or something else? Part 2.
Oh.
What was part 1? What is the doctrine regarding
amphibious groups and carrier groups?
Yeah, basically they operate together. The carrier group will be doing theatre cover and also sort of cover of it. The amphibious task group is usually going to close escort and bombardment support, as well as doing the actual landing troops. And yeah, they'll all operate together. There's also going to be probably usually a sustainment battle group and maybe a lift battle group as well, which will be an amphibious task group, but they do not have the tactical assault systems. They just have the people on ships. And if you look at in the Falklands War, a good example is 3rd Commander Brigade get there by tactical assault group, and then the brigade which comes after them to reinforce them from the army, they, how do I put this politely, come in there in strategic sustainment and then get offloaded through the assets which have already been provided by the previous amphibious task group.
Yeah. I've remembered what I was going to say about the tour guides.
Yep.
Yeah, it was that at the Marinen Museum, they were young enough to be my daughters.
Yes. Yep, they were.
It was just lovely seeing their enthusiasm and interest was lovely. And the fact they let us into the bowels of the ship in the bits that were normally closed was very cool.
Yeah, the fun thing was it also was when we were talking about where the engine room was going to be, and they were going, "We think it's forward," and I was going, "No, I think it's aft." Why? Because that's where the stack is. I went, that's a good. And we found it where I thought it would be, and they were really wonderful. We went all around there. But yes, Dan did lose his sunglasses there, and we almost left him behind. How bad was the freeboard problem on USS Monitor? It's terrible on all monitors. It really is. They're not rough water ships. They are not rough water ships. Yeah, they are not.
Big surfboard that doesn't float.
Let's put it this way. The reason that they had to go pick Monitor off the bottom of the Atlantic is because of the freeboard issue.
Have you seen how they transported the HMVS Cerberus or Kerberos to Australia? They built up the sides.
Yeah, they literally
built artificial freeboard.
Yeah.
So at least somebody learned from that mistake.
Is the server going to be Java or Bedrock? Java.
I am growing to get quite annoyed with all y'all. I have ban authority. I will ban you everywhere I can find you.
Me and Drek are looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And even you got ideas, and basically Mum's even compiled some things for it, and basically I think the idea is coming from the HoloLive EN server system and that sort of thing. All the stuff, the ideas we could do.
If I felt like I could induce your mother to do anything just to begin with, I would start trying to induce her more and more to start V2.
Alright, Leslie Mitchell. Would the Sharnos Nightingale be better or worse with 11-inch or 15-inch guns? Basically, they're built with the guns they have available. This is one of the things people often use that to make the case of, they're battlecruiser battleships. That's not it. They're built with 11-inch guns because that's what they have available. That's the biggest gun they have. And then they are being upgraded to 15-inch guns later. Would they be better with 6 15-inch guns versus 9 11-inch guns? It's going to depend on the 15-inch gun. It's going to depend on how much of improvement it offers. Honestly, to my mind, if they're in the surface radar form, it's almost better to be in the 1111 with the 9 11-inch guns. But if they're in the battle line form, then probably they do need a 15-inch guns. They probably do need the better hit. But yeah, it's a case of it's half a dozen one, 6 of the other. It's the honest answer.
Robert, no. The answer to your question, Robert, is no. Because there is no Minecraft server.
Yet.
There will be no Minecraft server.
Yet.
If you would like to set one up, you are more than welcome to do so. I'm not doing it.
No. You're going to run it after somebody else sets it up and sets it up badly. So you get frustrated by it, Runon. And then you will be forced to take it over because of your sense of pride in things.
Yeah. The fact we know you that well.
Right. I don't want to admit it, but he's right.
Yep.
Matthew Blairens, are opposed landings really obsolete? If so, what replaces it? Well, the thing is, opposed landings, I would say it's going to depend on what kind of opposition you're feeling. Because if you're like, I think the idea of storming straight into the enemy's strongest point is going to be not really sensible. I don't think that's going to work. That's going to be a sensible option. And I don't think that's ever really been a sensible option. I know the Royal Navy did all sorts of things in Copenhagen, etc., but those weren't sensible options. I think what you're going to see is more and more cases of what the British usually approach of opposed amphibious landings is to try and find somewhere to land where enemy concentrations of enemy force aren't, which has also been a historic way of doing an amphibious operation. It's to land where the enemy aren't really concentrated and build your forces up ashore. So points where they're going to resist you mainly by air power, maybe artillery, maybe they're going to have limited infantry there or fire support, things you can overwhelm. Because that's what you usually do. Opposed landings are usually a case of, right then, we want to land in this area. D-Day is a good example. They did not land at Calais. They did not land at the places where the Atlantic Wall was at its strongest. They were not stupid. They landed at the Normandy, where it was weaker, where they could support and sustain things. It's the same with Falklands and San Carlos Bay. You landed there, you didn't land straight into Port Stanley, which the Argentines were set up because they looked at the American doctrine and thought, the American doctrine is they would land straight into Stanley. So that's where the British will come, so we'll do that. The British were going, no, we're not suicidal or stupid. And the Americans were going, did we really teach you that? We're not suicidal or stupid either. Why would we do that? Come on.
Yeah. I think there's also there is an evolution, and there is things build on each other. And you had a
thank you, Nicholas Burris.
Funny. You had a funny few. You had a funny few decades in when the kind of technologies were maturing and people were figuring them out, which happened to coincide with, I think, World War One and World War Two, with being able to deploy quickly artillery, being able to bring your ships where you want them and keep them there, as opposed to them having to sail and things and being guided by the winds, but not yet having the ability to go ashore across a wide variety of terrain, which you very quickly developed with things like the helicopter and hovercraft and all of those sorts of things, which just open up the number of places you can get ashore so hugely. And just totally changes the dynamic. So so before even with things like the Taku forts in about 1900, I'd say it was the Chinese were struggling to throw people off because that was attacking in the teeth of things, because actually the ships could get you there and move you up faster than the artillery and things could suppress you. Then you get machine guns and artillery proliferating even more and becoming more user-friendly, and so you can defend better, and the ship and the landing technology just takes that little bit longer to evolve back. But this is one of those armor versus armor penetrating weapons things, which is just always going to come and go a bit. And yeah, you're kind of, so you're going to quietly get there, but it'll just take a little bit of time. That's all. Oh, we've released 3 questions.
I've released a few questions. Black Horse.
Sorry.
Was HMS Dreadnought actually used as a warship, or was she more a start of a new era and not really used? She was used a lot as a warship, but the thing is, she didn't actually she wasn't there for Jutland. She was down in the Channel Squadron as the flagship down there. She's doing a lot of important warship roles, but the trouble is the enemy don't go to where she is. So she doesn't get to be used in it, but she is being used, if that makes sense. There's the trouble. Sometimes you can build the best warship in the world, but if the enemy don't turn up where that warship is, because you've deployed it there, because that's the important place where you need that ship, then it's not going to get a fight. And it can look really bad, but it's not the warship's fault, it's not your fault, it's just the enemy looked at that ship and went, we don't want to be there, or didn't want to go to that area. And for the Germans, they always knew that if they could force the channel, the High Seas Fleet could force the channel, but they would take so much damage doing it and they'd be held there for so long doing it that the Grand Fleet would close the door behind them and they would then be annihilated. because they would have to fight their way back to get back to Germany. They couldn't go through the Channel and then fight their way around the UK and beat the Grand Fleet back. They couldn't do that. So going through the Channel, yes, they get into the Channel, they disrupt the things for like 24 hours. That's great, but they'd lose the whole fleet doing it. So they don't. That's why they don't do that.
Yeah, so it was just luck of the draw in terms of the theatres of conflict. I can't, off the top of my head, think of any other warships that had quite such bad luck with that. But they do exist. What is the barbette diameter of the Deutschland-class pre-dreadnought battleships from USS Montana 67?
That's an interesting question.
For that, we'll forgive you for not referring to them as Royal Sovereign type ships. Because it's a very good question. I honestly don't know where I'd go to find that about German ships of that vintage.
I have no idea why I think this, but I think it's roughly 7-something meters. But I have no idea where that's coming from in my head. I'm checking my own notes on the class, and I cannot see it there. But I think it's 7.4 meters. But I honestly don't know where that's coming from. So I cannot claim that's necessarily right or wrong. It's just the figure that's in my head, that's come straight into my head, and I know I remember reading it somewhere. But I honestly cannot tell you where, or what. Was it in the German battleships book? It might be in my German battleships book, which I helpfully cannot see around me or anywhere for me to grab. But I do have a German battleship book produced by the same person who produced that big list of the war. And that's the... Where is it?
So I think the summary to this one is, thank you very much for a really nice question that stumped us. Because I definitely don't have a book that would answer that.
Yeah, but this is the trouble with me. I pick up books like I'm going out of fashion. As I said, the lovely people at Pen and Sword send me 6 books just because they feel they haven't sent me a book lately for me to review. So they send me 6 as a Christmas present, and and you've seen me in bookstores.
Yes. Have you? Well, no, because I'm normally in there as well, buying stuff.
Yes.
But I'm normally, I don't have a to be read pile. I have to be read shelves with piles in front of them.
Yeah.
I miss having a commute where I could read.
No, it's not Merchant Fleet 1939. Not that book.
Problem is, being completely honest, my interest in German pre-dreadnoughts is not that great to be going away and buying a book about them.
Oh,
Sorry.
You know me. I pick up books which are interesting and have designs in them sometimes, just because I can. I've got a book. I've got a lovely book in Finnish over there on German battleship design, but it's not in that one. It's not in this one either. But it's Jürgen Rohr. It wrote a book about German battleships, which I have somewhere, and that is the book which I seem to be associating that memory with. So I would say look Jürgen Rohr up and try and track it down their book on battleships. If I remember correctly, it's in German. My copy is. There might be an English version produced.
Yeah.
But I think it's 7.4 meters. I think it is 7.4.
So next question is another Black Horse one. Was Jackie Fisher actually a pacifist, even with all the warships he designed?
He hated war. He absolutely hated and despised war. He wanted to do everything he could to avoid war, and that's why he wanted the biggest, baddest warships around, because he felt he could deter conflict from a position of strength. He couldn't deter them from a position of weakness.
Yeah. I think pacifist tends to have a connotation of you will give up things to achieve peace. I think he would do an awful lot to avoid going to war, but if you brought a war, he was going to rain merry hell on you and use to try and get it over and done with as quickly as possible, I think. In that sort of, which I think is the kind of, I think it probably more comes from the film Patton Lust for Glory than it does General Patton, but the Patton type quote about, winning quickly because people are going to die over the course of the war, and actually if you shorten the war, then actually less people die. So it's the kind of wasn't a warmonger, opposite of a warmonger, not a pacifist. Does that seem like a reasonable way of doing it? Brendan Larson, what would you say was the best nuclear-guided missile cruiser that the US Navy built and operated? Also, Merry Christmas from Issaquah, Washington, Dr. Clarke.
Hello. And, yeah, Merry Christmas. Issaquah. That's cool. No, I'll answer the Brandon Larson question. But there's a question from Robert Dennett which is coming, which is going to say comparing Fisher to George B. McClellan. That's just cruel for McClellan.
No.
What would you say was the best nuclear guided missile cruiser that the U.S. Navy built and operated? Long Island.
I honestly couldn't tell you much different.
The Virginias are cute. I do have a lot of time for the Virginias, but the Long Island is the last proper cruiser hull, which the U.S. Navy built as a guided missile ship. And yeah, I have a lot of time for it. Whilst I do admit the shaping of a superstructure is basically a box. I don't hold that against the Oliver Hazard Perrys. I don't hold that against her either. Because it's a box with function.
The Royal Navy's Tiger class. Oh.
I do hold it against the Royal Navy Tiger class. We'll leave that to one side. I hold it against the designers of the Royal Navy Tiger class quite heavily.
We expect better from the Royal Navy.
Yeah, we do. Chandler, why when designing Lion-class battlecruisers and Queen Mary did the British remove the super-firing aft turrets instead of the amidships turret? When compared to the Orion and King George V class, it's literally spacing for the arrangement for the hulls, for the boilers, and for where you can put the shafts in the design. Because they were doing, honestly, those are in some ways the British battlecruisers are in some ways very minimal conversions. They are in some ways, especially those ones, are in some ways very minimal conversions. And literally, it's basically where can we orientate the shafts in from that we need to put in, the shafts we put in, and the gearboxes and the turbines and all the system and the boilers, etc. How best we can do that. And it was found that the super firing turret position, that was the best place in the hull for you to put that. You don't have to have so long a shaft then, and also that affects how much power you can put down the shafts at times. Well, Long Beach. I said Long Island, didn't I? Sorry, I said Long Island rather than Long Beach. Apologies. So, Robert Dennett, could you argue, given his intellect and cautiousness during the actual war to the point of fault, could you compare Fisher to George McClellan? No, because Fisher actually would have fought. Fisher is not just going to be planning the whole time, and no, Fisher would want. Fisher hated war and wanted to avoid war if he could from a position of strength. But if he was fighting war, he wanted the war to be over as quickly as possible. He didn't believe in dallying around. He wanted to go straight for the jugular because, again, he believed that the longer a war went on, the more people died. Thank you, Bruce.
God Emperor Donald Rumsfeld. I'm from West London. I went to the same school as Hugh Grant.
Proof of cat. Merry Christmas and take care, and have if I see you again, hopefully I see you again before it becomes New Year. But take care and have fun, and please don't turn into a pumpkin.
I am still not seeing any proof of cat. That name is a falsehood. There is no proof of cat.
We want cat.
Proof of cat. I do apologise. Both Runon and Dan are both quite cat lovers, and so yeah. If you have a name like Proof of Cat, they want to see pictures of the cats. So I
love other people.
They'll be watching. If there is there is a reason why we have a fluffy research assistance section in the Discord server.
My parents have currently adopted a rather elderly cat that has got them very well domesticated very quickly.
Yeah. They do this.
I think it was by about day 3 he was complaining because his dinner was too late. This is after they'd had a cat that they didn't see for 2 weeks because it was hiding the entire time in one room.
Yeah, and this is give you an example. This is for all the fluffy research assistants. We have a scaly one. We have doggies, cats, chickens. This is there. We have a very active group in the Discord server, which I do love. The fact that the fluffy research assistants have taken over a large chunk of it doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all, but they often do.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we've done that question. But yeah, basically with Fisher, it's just a case of speed. He would not. He wouldn't tolerate it. That war just going on for too long. Just it's just not his way. He wants the war over. He wants the war dealt with.
But he was too old and too senior to be actually having a fleet command for the war.
Oh yeah, otherwise he'd have wanted the Grand. And otherwise there would have been a death match between him and Jellicoe for the Grand Fleet. And Beatty would have never got close to the Battlecruiser Force then, because whoever lost that would have got the Battlecruiser Force.
That would have been good.
Matthew Blairens, during the Cold War, why did the German Navy operate Tornadoes and Starfighters? Should it be better for the German Air Force to operate land-based fighters? Please do.
Rough strip capability?
Baltic operations.
Yeah, because they're not operating from carriers.
No, but they are operating in the Baltic, and they.
Yeah, the Germans use starfighters differently to the Americans. That's why they had different issues. They used them low level. I remember meeting a pilot of one who survived his ejection at very low levels, but they were using them for low level strike. Remember, so these were high speed, low level interdictor aircraft to zip in and sink the Russian Baltic fleet.
Yeah,
rapidly. In the same way that we had the Buccaneers.
So I just want everyone's before I do it, if I change the raiding party thing from the Pirates of the Caribbean tune to my voice and a video of me shouting, "Borders! Borders! We're being raided! Borders! Borders!" Do you think that'd be funny? Yes or
I think it should be repel borders.
Just put yes or no in the chat.
So what's this about? Repel borders.
So what's this about Foxo being compared to Inari Okami? I have no idea. I'm going to leave that to Ruben to answer on.
Neither do I. So.
Yeah. Matthew Bellerins, answer that one. So next question. We have Black Horse. Would the Royal Navy been able to deploy it into the Pacific early in World War II if needed, or did they have to leave it to US Navy to do it? Look, there is the fact they do have the Eastern Fleet out in the Indian Ocean, and so if they'd had to, they could have deployed it further into the Pacific if they'd had to. But the reality is, if you're dealing with the Italians in the Mediterranean and the German threat as well, and having to counterbalance them and deal with all the other operations, it was quite sensible for the British to go, right, the British and Americans to work out going, okay, Brits will take the lead in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic, and in the Indian Ocean. We'll take the lead in the Pacific. Because that suited their basing and suited their presence and capabilities. Yes, everyone seems to be agreeing that would okay. So it's a classic situation of, yeah, we can do it, but if we do, that's going to just stretch us even more for no end when the Americans can do it enough. If the Americans couldn't do it, then the British would have had to do it. And the thing is, the British would then have to choose to be weaker elsewhere. They'd have had to slow down pace of operations elsewhere to cover it. As they did with the...
I would not want... I would not want to take a lot of the US units into the Mediterranean in kind of late 1940 through quite a lot of 1941. They're not optimized for it either.
The Americans really didn't want to do it in World War II, because once they looked at the operations in World War II, they were going they just didn't want to. It's
so whereas the US had been building a fleet for the Pacific for decades. Could the Royal Navy do it? Yes. Would they do it as well as the Americans did it? No.
No, they do it differently. In a nice way. It's like how the Americans handle their training. They do it differently than the British did it. The British were prepared to tank hits. The Americans wouldn't be. The Americans would have to dodge, so they had to play a different tactics system. And saying the British in the Pacific would do a different methodology than the Americans, because they have set up their fleets differently. And the thing is, I tend to try and avoid getting into the whole argument of which one's better, because the thing is, the American system suits the American logistical situation in the Pacific. The British one would suit the British logistical situation in the Pacific. And that's the difference. And that's what we have to go by. So if you try to do the American system based on the British logistics, you would absolutely ruin your force, and it would be the worst thing you could do. And it would be the same if you tried to do the British system on the American logistics, it would be the worst thing you could do. So the thing is, you have to... Saying something is, this is better than this. Well, that could be true, that might not be true. It doesn't really matter. What matters is what's best for your logistical system, your situation, your strategic situation. And that's going to be the difference. And if you if you go, but that's the best methodology, so I should do it that way, and then it falls apart, often it falls apart because it doesn't fit your situation. You have to be careful. It's not a defense and security and operational technique, etc. is not a one-size-fits-all paradigm. Yeah. And this is where I sometimes get into trouble when I'm talking about these things, because people go, but our system's better, or this system's better. And I'm going, yes, it is for you. But it's not necessarily better for this other power who's operating in this scenario. They would have to build up their forces and their situation completely differently. Because the British, one of the things the British build around is they've got bases everywhere, so they can afford to run ships from the bases, whereas the Americans don't have bases, especially in the middle of the Pacific, because it's just open water. So they're built differently. The British plan for fighting all Japan is to do impose a blockade from Weihai Wei, and slowly get back to Weihai Wei after, build up forces in Singapore, go from Singapore basically to Hong Kong to probably to Weihai Wei, maybe take Tsingtao, a few other places on the route, and operate a blockade from there. They're going up the South China Sea. That's a very different route than the Americans, who'd be going across the Pacific. That's a very different operational scenario, and a very different needs for your ships, and a very different likely defense and forces you're going to run into. So you wouldn't fight that the same way, and you wouldn't want the same ships to do both missions.
Yeah, and part of the thing of having your knowing your forces is to know what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, what can you do, what can't you do. So it's the whole thing of there is no point trying to, I don't know, if you've got a Churchill tank, there is no point trying to dash across a gap quickly, because you won't make it. You won't go anywhere quickly. But if you need to go up a stupidly tall, ridiculous incline, you can do that in that, but not in the Sherman. Know what you've got. Which one's the best tank? Where are you taking it? What are you doing with it? Even to this day, the T-34 would work brilliantly if the other side doesn't have any tanks or any anti-tank weapons. Yeah. So I think that's the other key bit about it, and that's the real problem, is that people hear the buzzwords and the sales pitch, and they don't realise that it wouldn't work for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your opinion on the MRs?
Yeah, what's called the multi-role support ship, which is basically supposed to replace lots of different things, including Bay class and the Albion and Bulwarks, with, basically provide the Royal Navy with its amphibious capabilities. I think someone has been listening too much to the commando idea myself, but we'll leave that to one side. The 3rd Commando Brigade is often going, we're commandos. And the thing is, you also, if you look at during the Cold War, they also wanted to fight as an infantry brigade, which means they need a lot of equipment. And as we're getting more and more back into potentially peer-on-peer conflict, the idea of we're going to be doing commando raids as the sustainable amphibious projection force stops being necessarily sensible. And I think the problem with the MRSS is in many ways it's a legacy of COIN and counterinsurgency and that sort of doctrine. And I think it's going to take them a while to work out whether it should or not. I actually myself believe the Royal Marines should have been heavying up. I believe I put forward a paper a few years ago that instead of the going with the APC program we've gone with, the 8-wheeled APC program we've gone with, which is of course the Boxer system, which the British were originally part of, but then not part of, and then part of again, and then not part of, and it was all sorts of fun. We should have gone with we should have gone with the US Marine Corps APC system, and then would have built 3 strike brigades, of which 2 would be Army, the other would be the Royal Marines, based around them. And the advantage would be that the Royal Marines would go, right, we need to, the Royal Marines would be the initial amphibious force, but then you'd have the Army, the Army strike brigades would be capable of being the extra forces going in behind them. Another sort of semi-amphibious capability, but also the Army force will be able to almost competently deploy quite a lot of force across the channel under the cover of darkness over a night, without having to use the channel tunnel, without having to use a ferry, without having to use anything like that. Just go from beach to beach, if they wanted to, which is a strategic advantage in my mind. But people didn't listen, so we didn't go that. So now we're going even lighter, and I would be showing you the Navy Lookout page and talking you through these things. But currently, all the adverts that are coming up on the Navy Lookout page for me involve underwear and scantily dressed women wearing it. And frankly, my cousins are watching, and whilst they might see it on the internet, I have quite a lot of cousins, elder cousins, and their little cousins coming to Christmas in only about 2 or 3 days' time, which means it's going to be a lot of them here, and I might be cooking for a lot of them, but that means I'm going to be in the kitchen where all the sharp objects are. So I just don't want to run the risk today, okay? So if you want me to talk you through these things, please do, but ask me the question after New Year's, when they're not coming quite so soon, okay? Then I can talk you through the images on the Navy Lookout website, and we can go through them, and I can without me running risk of being bodily harmed.
Weirdest thing that a warship tried to do.
Do I not have ad blocker? I find if I run it when I'm running Restream or other things like that, they interfere. So I don't have it running when I'm doing this. Also, it tends to not worry me too much with some other things, having those things going. But yeah, it tends to. I tried running it ad blocker when I had Restream running once a while back, and the ad block and Restream kept mucking around with each other. Please don't say next back with 30k subs. I know currently there is very little chance of me getting 784 subscribers between now and 23:59 hours on the 24th of December. But I'm going to keep crossing fingers, okay?
Runon, have you not set up the bot to create the bots to populate this? I thought that was your job.
That's a fantastic way to get this channel banned.
Yeah.
True. But if he hits 15,000 first?
What was the weirdest thing that a warship tried to do?
I mean, there's the warship that tried to be an island.
There's also the warship that ran out of shells and started using
baked beans. Baked beans.
Yeah.
No, Foxo. That's the easiest way to cause trouble for the camp.
No.
I would say the issue, the thing is, when you realise that there is actually a 64-gun third-rate ship of the line, which fighting in the fjords does an actual handbrake turn using its anchor to get into the fjord into a gunner firing position on the Swedish. I think it was Swedish, or was it Norwegian? I think it was. Was it Danish Norwegian or Swedish? Danish Norwegian, I think. Frigate. Yeah, that was hiding within. Yeah, they're just the list of things, the list of weird things that I know that warships have done. I've done videos about warships done, let alone teach about warships done. It's just no.
Given that warships have,
There's just so many options to go.
They fly, they go underwater, they go on land. You have them which are just breweries. There is nothing within the realm of imagination of the most twisted sailor, veteran Matelot that doesn't happen.
Yes, quite often.
If it is physically plausible, it has probably happened.
If it's physically impossible, there's still a good chance it's happened.
Yeah.
I mean, plausible in the within the laws of physics.
No, they don't always apply. They're optional sometimes.
Assuming the USA from late 1945, just after World War II, gets sent back to the time of the Barbary Wars, how would the USA show force against the Barbary pirates, in addition to strike fear into the rest of the world, I'm presuming?
Into the great powers of the time without the use of any nukes.
There's no without any nukes on my writing.
There's 2 additional parts that are still in the queue.
Oh, yeah, no nukes.
Oh.
That's it. No nukes. Well, you know how the Barbary pirates estates existed? They wouldn't exist after the massive amphibious and carrier forces and battleships came and blasted them to off Kingdom Come.
Can you imagine what the US Marines would do if given the opportunity to actually, go to Tripoli? I mean, they'd also probably want to go to the Halls of Montezuma and do their thing now.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine? And, this is the US Navy that has just got shore bombardment down to a fine art with all their battleships. And bearing in mind that they are one of the main producers of oil, so they have oil, they have lots of oil, so they are happily going to steam over there. They're going to happily sail through there. I mean, everyone is just going to be totally thrown by the ships. They are going to be, like a flying saucer to us. And
it's just a nightmare for them to deal with.
Yeah, it's just going to be existential, that's just. I'd say it's cruel and unusual, but equally these were people practicing slavery, so.
Essentially, the United States that gets copy pasted back to Barbary pirates is going to be able to quite literally dictate terms to anyone. There is not a single force on the planet that they cannot dictate terms to, because they're also because as this question is written, they get all of their home-based infrastructure copied over as well.
Yeah.
And they know where all of the I'm going to say rare earth materials that they don't have on Conus are, but we're getting from elsewhere. They know where those seams are. So they can just go get them and, make it work for a year, 5 years, 10 years until those supply chains can be erected.
Yeah. And yes, there are 2 Tripolis, one in Libya, one in Syria. They will probably, to be on the safe side, obliterate both.
Yes, well, there are a lot of Marines, and you can only fit so many Marines onto Age of Sail Tripoli.
So you need to go to both.
Yeah, you just split them in both, so this way they can both get it.
Yeah, it'll keep them happy. Although they will probably be puzzled by the lack of this.
Jacob,
they'll just be puzzled by the lack of the Suez Canal.
Yeah, Jacob, they would have to do so. Well, Panama Canal, either that comes back with them or they have to build it again. But Jacob, would a 16-inch World War II shell even explode when hitting? You don't need to use a 16-inch shell. You send a destroyer through. Its 5-inch shells will go off.
And you just have a proximity fuse on it. Or, to be honest, with your 16-inch, you just have a timed fuse that will explode as it's going through the ship.
No, you can use the 16. You use the 16-inch to just destroy sissies.
Obliterate.
You know that.
All right,
that I think it was an Assassin's Creed game, where one of the promo videos for it was essentially the God King George Washington. Yeah, that's going to happen now. It might be the God King Roosevelt, but functionally, it's not going to be that much of a difference.
It'll be the God King Truman at this point.
Yeah.
Which is not that good for World
War. No, I have visions. It has a Roosevelt entombed in his golden throne.
Don't forget Knights is 172.
Yeah, Knight 6831. So, Doc, why do you think that the Royal Marines or U.S. Marine Corps would be very hard to kill, even by things like Azella and Sirens? Because they're very
hard to kill.
They are very hard to kill, but also very good at surviving. They have a very highly ingrained survival instinct, and they do know how to.
And they are smart.
You have to remember, amphibious warfare troops are some of the troops who practice most often the concept of disengaging from the enemy to withdraw, because they train in raiding quite a lot. So they know how to disengage from even a superior enemy, and they've practiced it, and some of them will survive. And the longer they survive, the more they learn, and the more they learn, the more lethal they get, and that's when you have the problems. Robert Dennett.
Yeah, we take this out of them, but they are very smart people.
Yeah, it's the fact is the UK and regularly the Royal Marines top the civil service entrance exams. Robert Dennett, in the age of sail.
Look at the amount. Sorry.
Carry on.
I was just going to say the number of US NI papers and things that are actually done, or stuff that's on SimSec that's done by Marines.
Yeah.
It's really weird. People who have this reputation for being gung-ho, tough guys type models are really, really bright as well, and actually think a lot about this, and then charge up mountains shooting guns, which is weird.
Yeah. Roll down. In the age of Sal Nelson times, how much better were officers' living conditions in terms of quarters and food? Not as much as you'd think. They're really not. The main thing is they get more. They get some space to themselves. That's their main advantage. They actually get space to themselves. But in terms of food, they're eating pretty much the same food.
They can buy extras, but the extras generally don't last very long because is that they only have a few ways of preserving stuff.
Yeah.
Just basically epic quantities of salt. So they're on the same salt beef and everything. They're on the same salt pork. They are probably drinking, for the most part, much the same stuff. They might have slightly better stuff to drink.
They'll have more spirits. They'll have more spirits and things, but again, that could well run out. But again, they will have some advantages.
It's the space. It's not even necessarily privacy. Modern concepts of privacy are surprisingly modern. With quite a lot of these things. In
one way, the modern concepts of privacy come about because they can come about. If that makes sense.
As opposed to the whole family live in the same room in this farm, along with all the farm animals, because the farm animals provide a lot of the heat in the winter.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a bouncing bomb and a skip? Have I missed one? No. Oh, sorry. There's been quite a few. Matthew
45 getting more VLS, a sign that the Type 83 program will be pushed back.
No,
I think it's just it was a fitted for but not with, and a bit like the 4-inch armor being that magically appeared for the do I mean 4-inch? The belt armor that magically appeared for the counterblast. It's finally being fitted.
It's basically a case of it's a realization that the Type 83s are going to be a while to come in anyway, and we need a Type 45s fit for purpose in that time. But what's the difference between a bouncing bomb and a skip bomb? A skip bomb were usually pretty much normal bombs, which were used in a skip methodology. A bouncing bomb was actually designed to bounce. So a skip bomb would usually go pum. Bouncing bomb is designed to sort of skim along the border.
The bouncing bomb had a backspin so that it would skip a particular distance if dropped from a very precise height and things. The skip bombing was kind of, I'm coming in low and slow, and it's the thing where water as a shift of density from air will is like concrete. So you can bounce off it a bit.
9681, what did part 1 of question 171 not go through? I don't think it did. Or if it did, does it come afterwards? No, it doesn't come afterwards.
Doesn't look like it.
No. Turpits. Was Turpits the only ship to be hit by a tall boy? I don't think so, but I'm not... I think there was a cruiser which was also hit by a tall boy.
There wouldn't be much left of it.
No.
And technically there may have been some U-boats hit by tall boys. Because if they were in the U-boat pens.
Yeah.
But equally, they aren't ships, they're boats, so I can both answer the question and wiggle out of doing it.
Well, Knights, it didn't get caught by the bot, so you may need to repost it so it can be put together.
They sorted a lot of E-boats, a lot of U-boat pens were hit, and...
Again, boats, not ships.
Paravine and Catchison were both tall boys hitting Turbot, so she was hit twice by tall boys.
Couldn't happen to a nicer ship. Having seen a chunk of her armour...
Admiral Shear was hit by tall boys. Oh. Lutzow was attacked. Had a near miss, I think, from a tall boy. It's the Admiral Shear. I need also a cruiser. And I think Lutzow's also gets a bit of bits of a knocking up.
Well remembered.
Thank you, Nancy. You put it in chat.
Should we come back to you whilst we try and find it?
Yeah.
Matthew Streeter, my 8-year-old nephew is fascinated by the Battle of Midway. Can you recommend any books suitable for his age on Midway or the wider World War II naval theatres?
Okay, so actually, I have a interesting one to recommend, and it's not necessarily one you'll think about because it is. Okay, so there's a reason I recognise this book. This book is called The Battle of Midway by. Edited by Thomas C. Hahn, and it's lots of little sections in different parts written on. Now, it is a book for the adults rather than the kids. But let me explain why I think it's a good idea, because I actually use books quite a lot like these with younger audiences, and when I'm working with little cousins and when I'm working with younger people doing history. Because each chapter is basically a self-contained section, if you get it, and if someone wants to read it, has the time to read it through with them, read that chapter with them, it's a great way for them to develop their reading skills and reading something slightly more advanced. But also, you can discuss it as you go. And so this is this book I tend to find for dealing with a younger audience is very, very good. The Battle of Midway, edited by Thomas C. Hahn. And it's good because it's all broken up into different individual little sections. And if I give you an example... let's say the first chapter, chapter 1, the famous Japanese carrier. Okay, it's all about Akagi, and it is literally 22 pages long. That's that, and it's not massively fixed text. It's not massively dense, but it's able to be read It's interesting to read. It's well written because they're each. But as I said, it's broken up nicely. So I actually think it's better, in my usual advice, if you use a book like this, than the ones which are namely aimed at children and basically the Kid's Guide to Midway and these sort of things, because those tend to sometimes, especially for some of them, they absolutely, especially if you have an 8-year-old who's already very keen on topic, they dumb it down far too much, and the kid actually gets bored. Whereas this one, it's slightly advanced for them, but it's broken up in so much sections they can read their bit and go away and sort of think about it, if that makes sense. I hope that helps, Matthew Streeter, if you're still watching. And I'd love to hear what other people think on that sort of idea, but that's been my experience.
I don't, yeah. I mean, the other thing I'd say is there's some good YouTube videos with kind of that animate the sequences, by people like House of History, and there's a few other people which kind of recreate it, but also what's the right way of putting it? They mostly don't show blood and guts, if that makes sense. And so they keep it relatively clean for an 8-year-old.
Thumbs up, because we're getting to that one, so I know we're getting to that one.
Yeah. It's really weird. Night, I not seeing part 1 of 2 at all. It's not appearing in the chat.
I see 2 of 2.
Yeah,
would you consider
seeing
that
2 of 2, but not seeing 1 of 2, and didn't see it when you reposted it.
Okay. Okay. So, is above the second half. I can't see the first half.
It's not in the queue. I'm looking at the queue. It's all I have is, would you consider that a hood refit constrained by wartime pressures? ?
But there's got to be something in it.
It's not. Night. It's not actually showing up in the chat.
Yeah,
I'm looking for
something. And it's not appearing as something that's been blocked by anything. Because we normally get a notification if something's blocked and hidden, whether it's automatic or not. It's not appearing at all for us.
Yeah, it is not being transmitted from your device. Yeah,
happy to riff on something about So the big problem you've got with a wartime pressure constrained.
We'll wait till we have the full question. Yeah. We'll do with Bowman Boy, and we'll work through the questions until we sort of can get it. Bowman Boy, how does Real Plate go if the Royal Navy captains assume the Grasp Space still has original guns, but she has been upgraded to Sharnos guns, ignoring any size issues? Probably it's much the same. It's much the same. Yeah. And honestly, in Ice Weight, that's going to give her some stability issues having those guns. Okay, so we now have Knight 6831's full question. I'm going to copy that.
Oh, yeah.
I got it.
Okay. It's now coming.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I don't know why it didn't like it, but yeah.
It probably had too many characters in it, and it completely crap canned it.
Yeah.
Linguistics.
That's a long message.
Yeah. I don't know why. Listen, I don't know why YouTube wasn't letting it through, but YouTube wasn't letting it through.
Yes, like
it's length.
We can see it.
We can see it now.
So in the Russian World of Warships closed beta. Sorry, I was just going to read it out.
Read it out.
In the World of Warships closed beta 25.1, Tier 8 Anson was announced. It is hood with 20 4.5-inch Mark III dual-purpose guns, 32 2-pounder pom-poms, 20 40mm Bofors. Would you consider that a hood refit constrained by wartime pressures? The big, broadly, yes. The issue about the hood refit was it wasn't about a refit. It was that the engines needed replacing.
Yeah, basically the big thing is the turbines. It's turbines and the boilers.
It was not the armament. The armament you can do in a couple of months. The issue was was taking everything off, changing out the engines, doing everything else. So is that a realistic idea? Yes, but it's not constrained by wartime pressures. It's because it's going to take the couple of years it takes.
It's basically, as I've said before, if you had HMS Tiger, you could have sent her into refit at the same time as Renown. And if you had both her come out as a 14-inch gun ship and Renown come out, then you probably could have sent Hood into refit, and you still had enough ships. You wouldn't have worried about it. And that's the thing. It's the time it's going to take to refit her, not the resources. It's the time it would take to refit her, and not having that ship for that time. This is the difference that people often miss in this scenario. The trouble for the British, especially with a lot of their program, is that they have the infrastructure available they can do the refits. They have the resource available they can do the refits. They don't have the number of ships that they can do the refits and still sustain all the operations they need to be doing. That's the legacy of the treaties.
And they were having to maintain a deterrence against the Italians from about 35 or 36, with everything that was going on in the Mediterranean. So although it's the Italians who were often described as kind of having, in a sense, locked themselves into war mode earliest for the war against Ethiopia, to some extent the Royal Navy was.
It's 1934.
Stuck. Yeah, they got stuck because they were having to deter the Italians at sea from that point on.
I'm going to let you
so
start.
They had to think about what they had.
I'm going to let you start off Black Horse's question. I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to check on something.
What issues would occur to the convoys from the US to Britain if Bismarck survived? Okay, so if we're talking about Bismarck's survival, so there's kind of two options, I guess. One is Bismarck is undamaged and goes out and does the sortie as planned. Operation Rheinübung goes ahead as planned, and she's off trying to massacre convoys. One or two convoys may get massacred, and then she has to go back to port. Things have been disrupted. It's very annoying. Sailors have died. Meh. The bigger issue is if she makes it back to France and gets fixed up and is sitting in an Atlantic port, then that becomes a bigger issue, because in the Royal Navy and the RAF and other people put an awful lot of effort into keeping one or both of the terrible twins not functional whilst they were in France, to the extent which is why they eventually got brought back to Germany. So the issue there is that you've then got let's say a third big warship there, and that is really a big problem for the British because it's much harder to block in place, and especially if you've got Tirpitz looking like it's an active warship and you can shift that up to Norway, then that is really bad news for the Royal Navy, because suddenly you have very big areas you have to cover with a great deal of difficulty, and you will find Bomber Command is going after them like nobody's business, would be my guess.
That's pretty much going to be the plan. If Bismarck survived, what issues would occur to convoys from US to Britain if Bismarck survived? It's going to require even more resources. You actually, in this scenario, you might actually get a Lion built as well. Because, like finishing off Vanguard, they could well decide they need more resources. And also, the speed of those completions could be accelerated a lot. Because if you've got Bismarck, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst, and Eisenhower all still existing, that's a bigger problem to deal with. What else is going to happen? We'll see. It's going to be a lot of airstrikes, and it's going to be a lot of difficulties dealing with it. But also, I would say this: it's going to kind of be like Shah North now. They do one raid which is successful. If they've now done a second raid, it's going to be fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. You're not going to fool me a third time. The Royal Navy is going to be getting resources like you wouldn't believe for it. And Churchill's going to rewrite his history again, and he's going to say, "Oh, I was fighting for carrier and capital ship construction in 1941, and it was the Royal Navy which didn't listen to me."
Yeah, and I wanted the RAF the Fleet Air Arm to have better aircraft and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Matthew Burns, in a war with Russia, how viable do you think it would be for NATO to send a carrier strike group into the northern south route to destroy oil and gas infrastructure? Northern south route. Northern. Do you mean a northern trade route across the top of Russia? I'm presuming that's Burns. Why would you send a carrier strike group up there to do that?
No.
Just fling bombers out of Canada
and Alaska, etc.
There
are a lot easier options than sending a strike group up there. There are things you're going to use a strike group for, to attack Russian bases, to cause trouble for them and their forces, and especially in the various the White Sea and the various other areas, the various areas around their ports in the Pacific region. But yeah, you're not going to send probably a strike group up there or around there. It's just no need for it. But also, there's the fact is that for most of the year, that isn't actually really a viable route. That's only a viable route in the summertime. In the wintertime, it's iced over and no one's really getting through it. Even in the summertime, they need icebreakers. Honestly, if you want to stop that, what you do is you go out and you hit the icebreakers. If you take the icebreakers out, you'll shut the route down very quickly.
We got enough time and energy for another question or two, or should people need their beauty sleep?
Is that last questions, or is there more? I think there are more.
29 more.
There are 29 more questions, so I've got plenty of questions, and I'm happy to. We will answer them all.
And
if you're okay.
Have you done ads, Dr. Clarke, for the 4-hour mark?
I haven't done an ad for the 4 mark. I need to do an ad. Make YouTube happy.
Okay.
How often did the German surface raiders run into battleships when attacking convoys, and what was the worst outcome? They avoided them. When they saw the battleships, they ran. They went away. They just didn't want to engage them. They did run into R-class at one point, and they ran into Charles Nice now, didn't they? Just basically went, no, we're getting out of here.
Yeah.
Basically,
you've got one that's about 5 questions away, Jonathan.
So yeah, it was a case of the most important convoys, the convoys which the Germans would have liked to have get at, usually were the ones which had a "Hello, I'm your friendly R-class.
I'll be accompanying you on your trip to normally at the time I think it was normally to the Middle East, going the long way round."
Oh no! Actually, usually they were the cross-Atlantic one, the cross-North Atlantic ones, the really important ones across North Atlantic. Basically, the idea was the large German surf raiders couldn't get to the Middle Eastern ones. Once they were far enough down the coast of Africa, there was no way they were getting it. And you had cruiser bagger. Hello.
Yeah, but it was kind of we're bringing we have many Canadians who we are bringing to Liverpool or to the Clyde, because clearly they have been evil in a past life.
Doesn't believe it hasn't got food.
Oh, he had food. He's eating his food. Oh, no. Yeah. There's my sister going past.
Is a dog claiming that he's not been fed?
Yes, the poodle is claiming he's not been fed.
Yeah. Poodle abuse. The RSPCA hotline has been contacted.
This is why I feed him and everything on stream, so there is video evidence for when he claims that he has not been fed and he's not his medicine and all these things. I can go, there is actual video evidence of me doing it.
He's saying he needs more jumpers.
Huh?
claims he's not been fed, and he claims he needs more jumpers.
Yeah, he does claim he needs more jumpers. Apparently, he needs more than the 10 he already has.
I think he may have more jumpers than I have.
Yeah. Hell breaks loose. How are hydrofoils more viable now with direct electric power? These electric powertrains? Not really. The main viability issue with hydrofoils has always been, what do you want to use them for? That's the thing, is they're very cool, but what do you want to use them for, is the question. The Americans went, well, let's use them as a patrol boat. Well, they weren't really that good as a patrol boat, because most of the times when you need patrol boats, especially in rough weather, hydrofoils aren't that great. Okay, let's use them as an attack. Do you want to use that? You can't use them for really the big vessels. So it's going to be quite a small craft, and yeah, it's the utility is, unfortunately, they are. It's kind of things. It's like hovercraft, but hovercraft have really good additions in certain niche areas which makes them useful. Hydrofoils, they look cool, they look sexy, they're great recruitment ads. They don't really do enough to warrant it. Channel. Assume Tiger is recommissioned and refitted in 1937 and deployed twice in 1941 prior to Rodenburg. How does that change their march straight? That means you possibly have Tiger, Hood, and Prince of Wales in that fight. And that's also going to mean you've going to have a ship go through which has... if she was refitted from 1937, then she's going to be recommissioned and put into service. Oh, thank you for the people who did the super chat. That's nice, Matt. Thank you. Basically the whole thing is with Tiger is if she's there and she's got 8 14-inch guns, that's going to push the 14-inch gun program along because it's going to get them more tested, so they're going to probably be better on by the time they're fitted to King George V and to Prince of Wales, so you might have less issues. It'll be probably quadruple turret alone issues rather than 14-inch gun systems, gun sighting systems issues, and you're probably which is going to affect how Prince of Wales performs at the battle, but you're also going to have a third capital ship at that battle, which is going to change the problems, because let's put it this way, the problem was initially that the two capital ships decided to engage their counterpart ship, but while no one while not engaging the enemy cruiser. Turned out they were actually engaging the cruiser rather than the battleship. The thing is, if you have 3, probably one of those ships gets detailed to engage the cruiser, right? So that means Bismarck's getting engaged from the get-go. So that's going to change the battle.
Makes their life that makes their life a lot harder, because the key thing seems to be, if you're not being engaged, you're not having to maneuver to avoid the shells, which means that your fire control solution is more than 50% easier.
Well, it also means your fire control's probably not being damaged yet at that point. The moment they realise which is which, they soon change back. But it's a case of, yeah, it's the initial issue rounds that are the problems.
And
as it changes it, well, how does a third there still might be the lucky shot on Hood, there might not be the lucky shot on Hood, and how do the Germans react to there being a third capital ship there? How do they react? What do they do with the information there being a third capital ship there?
Yeah, because the big question is, will they have sent Bismarck out on her own, effectively as the only capital ship, if the Royal Navy have that many more ships available? Because the other thing is, if they've got Tiger, which means they found that getting the KGVs done faster, and easier, then they're more likely to have Duke of York ready as well. So suddenly, is that an extra one? And
there's also the possibility that in that time, because of Tiger, they found time to actually do Hood.
Yeah, so you've suddenly got potentially a sufficiently different scenario that the Germans are going to go, no, please no.
With Tiger going in in 1937, that means she probably comes out the same time. She probably comes in roughly about the same time as roughly as Renown. In which case, she's possibly with Renown at Norway. Which means if you've got Tiger and Renown taking part, finding Scharnhorst and Eisenhower together, that's again a different scenario. Because suddenly you have a second capital ship there, and those two ships are going to cause a lot of trouble.
or you have Tiger and Repulse able to chase as a fast division of the home fleet, who stand a much better chance of catching the Germans when they leave Scarpa Flow a bit late.
Potentially,
And
but
catching maybe,
she's
and
probably
maybe catching the Trondheim unit.
out on the same time as Renown. Probably on the same time as Renown. That's probably because she'd be
Yeah.
going in about the same time as Renown as well.
But she could be there, and that would be a fun one.
Thank you.
And
again, thank you to everyone for the super chats. If the Royal Navy had 6 Invincible class light carriers, how much bigger does the RN need to be to support them? If you've got 6 Invincibles and you're orientating around that, you're going to be building 6 task groups around them. So that means you need at least probably 14 to 15 Type 42s, because you're going to want a pair of them per them, and you're going to want about 3 to 4 frigates per them. So you're going to want at least 18 to 24. So honestly, not that much bigger compared to historically the Royal Navy was, but a lot bigger compared to what the Royal Navy became during their service. And also, if you had a force of 6 Invincible class light carriers, honestly, the fact is the RM will probably have rolled them as both LPHs and aircraft carriers, and they probably are built slightly bigger with slightly better accommodations, and they multi-roll between both tasks. And that's going to be an interesting thing to watch how they do with the Queen Elizabeth class, because I think it would have added arguments to the idea of we're getting the Queen Elizabeths because they are the best for giving us a proper carrier capability, but we'll probably end up replacing them with 3 Queen Elizabeths and 3 LHDs to replace the 3 Invincibles and the Albion and Bulwarks of this world, because again, you probably have more than just Fearless, Intrepid, Albion, and Bulwark. Fearless, Intrepid. You probably have 3 LPDs rather than so you'd be going right. We're going to replace Argus, these 6 Invincibles, and the 3 LPDs with 3 LHDs and 3 aircraft carriers, something like that. So you'd be starting from a far bigger force before you start putting in new ships. Jonathan Moon, hello. Got your question, Jonathan. Razé is normally 2 or 3 down to 1 deck. What about 3 decks to 2 decks? What was that done? If probably not, why? I think I answered this earlier, and I said it. Yeah. The reason it wasn't done was because it wasn't really enough of a value enhancement. It wasn't enough of an improvement, because you're getting yourself down to quite a weak 3rd rate from a 1st rate or a 2nd rate, and in terms of it's better to go with the building the 3rd rate, whereas it does get, and let's be honest, a 3rd rate isn't that structurally weaker, much structurally weaker than a 1st rate or 2nd rate in terms of the strength you have to build into their hull. You're putting in the same, broadly speaking, the same thickness of wood, etc. So you don't get that advantage and that increase, and you don't get, compared to a 3rd rate, you don't have that much of an increase of capacity in terms of sail and rigging as you do when you take a 1st or 2nd rate down to when you take a 2nd or 3rd rate down to a 5th rate. Take care, John.
That makes sense. I think
yeah.
Third rate for some of it. So it's a 3rd rate down to a 5th rate, or 4th rate. I think.
No, 3rd rate down to a 5th rate, not 4th rate. 4th rate's still 2-decker.
Oh yeah.
1st and 2nd, 3 decks, as a rule. Sometimes later on 2 decks. 3rd and 4th, 2 decks. 5th and 6th, 1 deck.
And then you get unrated. Dr. Stan, how many ships had doctors on board? Crew. So historically, so Age of Sail, they had surgeons, not physicians. And talking about from a Royal Navy point of view, there was a significant difference at the time, because a surgeon was practical and had done an apprenticeship, and a physician had gone to university, and I mean, I wouldn't like to say the physicians of the time were useless. I think they were mostly actively harmful to your health, because mostly what they did was push poisons.
Yeah, that is polite. Actually, no. The thing,
Yeah.
I've got to. At the end of the stream, once we finish, when we do finish, I've got to talk to you for a bit because there's something I want to put forward to you.
Yeah. And then later on, it was generally cruisers and above would have a doctor. Fun thing with the Tribals, Battles and Darings was because they were potentially going to be doing a cruiser role, they were more likely to have one. And particularly when we went around Vampire as a museum ship, she and the Hider, because she'd been refitted, they were good at that. They had much better medical facilities because they were operating on their own. So essentially, because a destroyer would normally be operating as part of a pack until World War II, they didn't need one because that's the sort of thing which you leave somewhere else. And in World War II, they, to some extent, probably would still be the same. Whereas since
you usually
then,
you basically, the flotilla leader would carry the flotilla's surgeon, the flotilla's doctor. You have medics aboard each ship, but you have a surgeon, a naval surgeon commander or lieutenant commander aboard the flotilla leadership.
What I don't know is this kind of training that the kind of medics would have had.
Basically consider them, as I've discussed this with people, is usually consider they are usually quite experienced sailors before they're taken for training, and they are trained to a very high degree of competence because they're going to have to do it on their own. They're not doctors, but they are trained to. They are trained to stabilize you until you. But at the same time,
a lot of what I do as a doctor, you're not going to get happen on a ship full of young men. There aren't that many things that are going to go wrong with people that you can do something about in any of the historical eras. Mm-hmm. It's going to be trauma, and injuries. It's going to be appendix. It's you don't really care about tonsils. It's going to be teeth. I don't do teeth. No physician does. No doctor does. That's dentists, except in the military. And I think if you're going on like the Antarctic expeditions, they teach you possibly. So it's a and so it's a more limited skill set, but it's one you can teach people, and it's going to be slightly different, and you're not having to kind of do the complicated diagnostics because those things generally won't kill you fast enough that you wouldn't be able to get somewhere. And they're less likely to happen to younger people. And in terms of Stafford, you jammed your finger. Sorry, we have to cut your arm off. Yes, to stop gangrene, we still have to do that potentially, or to stop the blood loss. Generally, you try and cut off at there are particular points, and I'm sorry, I can't. I don't have. I'm not on the camera, so you can't see. But there are particular points where you try and amputate so that you can get things like you can leave somebody with good function. Mm-hmm. So we always talk about above and below knee amputations of the leg. And you really want to try and save somebody's knee because the knee is really helpful. And actually, it doesn't matter whether it's just above the ankle or, most only just below the knee. What you want is the knee joint or not.
Also, Frank Powell, like the other advantage of taking a doctor with you for most of the Arctic expeditions is judging by the historical fitness levels of most medical people. There's someone you can outrun. So they are the polar bear bait. Matthew Blair.
Hey, somebody from my school was one of Edward Wilson was one of the people on with Scott on the Antarctic with the kind of. For some reason, he's commemorated. Not quite sure why. And the fastest surgeon in terms of doing an amputation in the pre-anesthetic days managed to take off a leg. The record was, I think, 90 seconds. But the operation had a 300% mortality rate because not only did the patient die, he also cut his assistant and himself, and they both died from infected wounds. And the other thing about a doctor who would be on board is there's a good chance they're also going to be doubling a bit as a scientist. So during the age of exploration and things, it's the so they're also going to be partly doing the science stuff. And Colin Cameron is entirely correct, and I'm pretty sure that's from the Discworld. Surgeons were very much the same, and it was basically somebody who was good with a sharp blade.
That's why they're often called barber surgeons, because they could also give you a nice haircut. Matthew Blairns, why did most nations move from helicopter cruisers to helicopter carriers or RHCs? Could there be a return of helicopter cruisers to lead such groups? Doubtful. Mostly they moved to the helicopter carriers because of the amphibious operations capability they gave you, and the other things you don't. The helicopter cruisers are something which comes around in a time when very few ships carry helicopters. Now helicopters are more widespread. You don't really need that sort of facility. In fact, it's better to have it as a dispersed facility. So yeah.
Phil Williams, that's not good.
No,
Raptor, no, I don't think the guy who died with the surgery was a proponent of hygiene, particularly. The big one for that was, one of them was Semmelweis, who was Austrian, and I can never remember the one with the carbolic soap. Doing CPR for an hour. The only thing you can say is they were dead. They were dead. You tried to bring them back. You were unsuccessful. And that's the way you've got to look at it. You're only doing CPR to a dead person. You don't do it to an alive person. Chainsaws, I'm not sure if they were. Chainsaws are a bit too messy for medical stuff. You've got kind of the rotary saws, but actually people still use kind of hand saws quite a lot as well. That nice.
Okay. All right. That's getting into the far too much detail, especially for little cousins who I know will be here in a couple of days, and I will get complained at that they are making these noises.
They like horrible. They'll like horrible. Just say they learned it from horrible histories.
Chainsaws were apparently invented as a medical tool. You might want to look that one up. Jonathan Moon, what would have been needed to fix HMS Captain when on the stocks, technically and politically? She would need a longer. She need her hull both widened and lengthened to give her better seakeeping qualities, and raised up to give her slightly more freeboard, and possibly. There's a few other things as well. I probably would. Basically, can I just redesign the ship? And politically, politically, I need to put the various people behind her being built all in headlocks, and hold them there.
Yeah. And in terms of CPR and things, if you do good enough CPR, you can just about not have too much brain damage. The only times I've seen that happen have been with the footballers, really, with prolonged downtimes because they're elite athletes.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Next questions. We've answered Jonathan that one, so I'm going to do that.
Stafford Thompson, with the Italian with the Italian carrier commissioned last week, has the fire been lit under the Admiralty to build two more post the Type 26 builds? Sadly, probably not, because the
Look, it was the Trieste is not a carrier, it's an LHD, and yes, it would be nice for the Admiralty to build more, but they won't be built in the yards which the Type 26 is being built with, because that's a frigate factory. So that yard is probably going to get a Type 83 order after Type 26. It's not where we build the LHDs. If we were going to build LHDs, it would be Camel Erd, it would be Harland Wolf, and it would be Recife where the carriers are. If you build it in Recife, then it's going to interfere with the carrier program, where we basically are getting into the mature program where we're going to have one in operation and one in long-term refit, so it can come back into service the moment the other one has to go out of service. Which is not really a good way to operate ships, but that's what we're going to do. It'd be better to have 3 going through that cycle, but we're going to do it, try and do it with 2, like we've done with the LPD program for the years, and that's led to issues. But we're trying it again. It would be a complicated one, basically.
Hell breaks loose. Why does the Type 3126 have Mark 41 VLS, but the Type 45 have silver VLS? Because the silver VLS was the Type 45s are getting Mark 41.
No, they're not.
Aren't they?
No.
What do they stick? Are they getting?
Do you want me to answer the question?
I thought they were getting the Mark 41s in the gym. Auxiliary gym.
They're getting C-Scepter added, and they're getting the stuff off the Type 23s.
Oh.
So, thank you, Benny. I'm glad you liked the video. So, if you answer to the question, so the Type 45s were commissioned as air warfare ships, and they were built as part of the European frigate program, which chose the European VLS system, which was silver. The 82s never had silver. The 83s, they haven't announced what they're going to have yet. The 82 had arm launcher. The 83 is the 83 hasn't been announced yet. No one has the designs for the 83. It's not even got to that. It's just at the concept stage. I'm not sure where you've heard that from, but whoever's talking it is talking absolute twaddle. The Type 45s had a silver because 2 reasons. One, it's the European system, and it was a European frigate, European program. It comes from the Horizon frigate program. But secondly, it was also the silver is actually the fastest launching VLS, but it's limited to what it can support. So it was considered for air warfare because it can launch slightly faster, and it's down to tenths of a second, I think, better in that narrow thing. The Mark 41 is slightly more general purpose, and the reason it's slightly slower launching is because the tenths of a second again is because of it is the general purpose nature of it. 3126 are the new build ships, and they're getting the Mark 41 because the Royal Navy really likes the idea of quad packing. They really like the idea of being able to carry Talam and all these things. And the reason, again, the Type 45s didn't get it historically, again, was because someone actually, and I've been told this recently, someone turned round to a senior Royal Navy admiral went, well, if your destroyers are going to have a tactical land attack capability, we don't need to buy as many submarines, do we? Because that's your current tactical land attack capability, isn't it? And the Royal Navy basically went, nope, we are therefore... So that's why the Royal Navy stopped pushing for it, honestly, because they were told you either justify your submarines with their strike capability, or you don't. So they're put in that situation.
Their body was never found.
I wish it was a civil servant who said it.
Probably a politician, but
yeah, I think it was probably the same one who decided that the 7th and 8th Type 45s should be cut before their names were announced, because after their names had been announced, they'd never get to cancel them.
Yeah. If you Bone Meal Boy, if you were wargaming, how would you add a line of British gunboat destroyers to the game? Consumables, ships, breakpoints,
Steve, don't take this the wrong way, but that person saying that was back in a long time ago. That's back when they were still deciding the early things of the Type 45s. We're talking back in the 1990s. I don't think the usual suspect was anything involved in that one.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
The problem is the Royal Navy don't have a line of gunboat destroyers. They got the Tribals, they got the battles, they got the darings, and then people stopped putting miniguns on their destroyers. And we have the darings. I can't
There
remember
are
if you've got a
tribals.
battle.
There are tribals. I don't.
There are tribals.
I think is there a battle class in
Sure. I've got a horrible feeling there isn't. I mean, that needs to be corrected and be a special. But I think there aren't enough of them. And
they do. They have some. They have some. She's a tier 9 premium destroyer.
Okay. I hadn't seen her recently. Because they've retired some of them, so I can't.
And they also have Jutland as well. They have Jutland and Somme.
Okay, so I've just been being a muppet and missed them.
Yeah.
Cool. That's just good. Good to know it's me. I would probably give them a growls, and I mean they should automatically come with the adrenaline boost consumable.
Mm-hmm.
And they should have an HMS Eskimo version that enables you to continue even though your bow has been blown off. Because that would amuse me.
So, Paul Hemos,
yeah.
Eddie Randolph, where would the Deutschland class be used in a fleet action? If we're talking about the pocket, the heavy cruisers,
the slow heavy cruisers,
they're basically used to fill in your line, but they're not going to be a good scenario. You want to keep them as far away from it as possible. If you're talking about the Royal Sovereign style pre-dreadnought battleships, in a certain period they'd be in the front, but in the Battle of Jutland they're at the back, and they're basically being used to try and provide extra firepower. Knight 6831. If the Royal Navy had 6 Invincible light class carriers, then when would the class be fully retired? When was HMS Ocean sold off? Pretty much is the scenario you're probably dealing with. It's going to be when all 3 Queen Elizabeths have pretty much entered service. But also, if you do have 6 Invincibles and you do have a slightly larger Harrier force because of it and all these things, that might change some of the decisions made about the Harrier program, which might change again their retirement dates and all these things. So, in a nice way, you've changed the situation so significantly enough that, frankly, it's not going to be the same. Why did Russia and India, which both operated Stobar aircraft, go to Stobar? India, because Russia supplied them with Stobar, and it works for their system, so that's fine for what they want. In Russia's case, because they are still looking for the best air defense systems. Their aircraft aboard their carriers are more about their air defense than they are about their strike capability, and Stobar allows you to recover a slightly heavier aircraft, which is better for air defense, and allows you to launch very quickly because you don't have to reset any catapults. So Stobar's, there's both Dan Treats and Alex Treats and Fleet and I think Fleet Treats, Foxo Treats and Rinon Treats. Foxo Treats, yeah.
Yay!
People type in foot when it's Fleet Treats, don't they? They type in foot when it's Fleet Treats. Feed FOOT.
Does this mean I can now get 70 cents an hour?
Yeah.
We may be prepared to go up to 71 cents an hour, but it will push you into a higher tax bracket.
Mark Harness, suppose the IJN didn't fight a war against... okay, carry on.
For the record, people, they only tax the over the limit portion at the higher rate. Just in case you didn't know that. Now you do.
Yeah.
Welcome to American tax.
That's the standard of all these tax systems, don't worry. Mark Harder, suppose IJN didn't fight a war against physics and built their ships mindful of top weight from the start instead of having to expand resources to rebuild units. What could they do with the resources used? It depends how much they're prepared to lie. If they're prepared to lie completely, then they can do a lot of interesting things. But if they're not prepared to lie, then they're going to be restricted in their ship designs to something which is not going to give them the options they want to achieve.
I'm terrified they would try and construct 888-inch turrets.
Well,
if they because they were saying that their ships, which were kind of 12,000 tons, were about 8,000 tons. So if they said they were building something of 10,000 tons, then it would probably be more like 14 or 15,000 tons.
Yeah.
And they're not quite as bad as the Germans were with the thingamajig class, Admiral Hippers. So they probably be able to get more bang for their buck. Or for that matter, the Italians with the Zaras and the Triestes. Basically, the Germans.
Dragon has just put in the
What?
chat, Foxo treats shall be dispensed, and sees Clarke responsible. We are not asking, Dragon.
I'm not claiming double tax exemption.
Okay, yeah, but yeah,
Actually, if I get paid
it would
from
be
a-
fun.
If I were to get paid from a UK entity, would I have to pay UK taxes?
I don't pay American
No, I
taxes,
think-
and I get paid from an American tax entity.
Yeah, but that's America.
No, what
Yeah,
I think you
no, I
need
don't
to
think you do
is
in the
you
UK
need to
either.
make- you'd
You'd
need
be
to
a
go,
non-dom.
well, we need to split the difference and pay Bermuda taxes.
You'd be non-dom. I think you'd be fine. Black Horse, could Italy have implemented quality control or infrastructure before World War II, and what impact would it have? If they'd started in the 1920s, they could have done all sorts of things, but it would have cost money. And the constant issue Italy has is having the money to do it, and having the will to do it. But it's like all things. You start off intense infrastructure. You tend to start off. Infrastructure tends to snowball. So when you start investing in it, you will slowly get more and more returns the more and more you invest over time, and as you build up. Because infrastructure, like a lot of these things, it's a cumulative resource. Okay. So it's one of those things. It takes time.
One, Montana, I almost never trust a fart. And two, I think what you're pointing at is the main caliber shell issues that Italy had in World War II. That is more than just QC that's being a problem.
Yeah, there are so many issues more than quality control.
Yeah,
they have other issues.
Given the fact that their systems were able to function rather reliably, it was just their main caliber guns that were all over the place. I'd say their QC was maybe not as good as it should have been, but serviceable.
It's often an overstated point. Dave Harrison, if crews are the problem, that sounds like another reason to massively expand the reserves. Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I'm often banging on about expanding the reserves and working with the reserves. But in the nicest way, getting people out of the idea of it's all going to be Cold War, the war's going to be over in like a week or 45 minutes or whatever short term they pick, often is a fun one. Because you sit there and go, yeah, Ukraine, all these things, these long wars, they could really survive if they didn't have reserve formations built up. Yeah, you need the regular forces. They're going to last you the first, possibly, couple of weeks of war. After that, you need the reserves. You need the reserves. You need the reserve assets. You need the reserve things mobilized. Even if you don't want to use the ships you have in reserve, having the reserve crew personnel to take the place of war-weary crew, war-weary personnel, and personnel who've been injured or injured or killed is useful. Archie, what British ship design in 1930s was the greatest missed opportunity? The 1930s. Oh.
Problem is, you have to still work within the treaties.
Probably still the Lion class, because they're technically 1930s design.
Oh, I'd have said the Crown Colonies.
Battleship, though.
They're not battleships.
Oh, sorry, I missed part of the question. Sorry, I've shifted to just my phone, so I can't actually see the questions at the moment. I need to work out how to figure that one out.
What British battleship design in the 1930s were the greatest missed opportunity? I'm going to go for the Lions.
Or the 15-inch, 50-armed KGVs.
Yeah, 15-inch 45s at that time. 15-inch 50s is the early one. I looked at the F3s, not for the 50. It's 15-inch 45s. By the time you get to King George V time, that's what they could have developed. Which was actually going to be a lighter gun than the 15-inch 42, so it would have been easy to replace all the battleships as well with that one as well. Channel. If Tiger had been built to design A2, as seen 2130-ish on her key ship episodes, what would the chance of her being preserved at the London Naval Treaty have been? Design A2. That's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. HMS Tiger being on that one. Because, you see, if you get that design, she still could survive through the Washington Treaty, but would she survive through the London Treaty? Would she survive? Because A2 isn't that much different than she was historically, is it? It's just looking at it and summing it up in my head. Yeah. If she gets the A2 star, let's see, she's got 29.5 knots official speed, 100,000 shaft horsepower officially. She still has 8 13.5-inch guns. She displaces. She has a total displacement apparently of 28,300 tons. We know that eventually she actually has a displacement of 28,500 tons in standard. So she has the same displacement as A2 Star. Basically, the thing is, the faster she is, the more powerful she is, the more likely the Royal Navy are going to want to keep her. So this is the thing: if A2 Star or A2 Star, you've got something which is even more powerful because that's their official peacetime rating. Because if she had been built to the A2 Star, right, she'd have been a 30-knot ship with 108,000 shaft horsepower, and would have been absolutely colossally capable and very scary. But yeah, for a lot of people. But that's going to affect if Tiger's a 30-knot ship now with those things. Then what do you build Renown and Repulse to? They're probably still actually no. Fisher probably doesn't change that. But what do you try and build the Admirals to, or the G3s to? Actually, because the Admirals are more Fisher-esque than. Realistically, the G3 is the successor to the Tiger as a battle cruiser, one word. And yeah, it's interesting. It would have impacts. If there was a return to large surface warfare-orientated warships, what would they be called if not battleships? Probably cruisers.
Large surface combatants.
Cruisers.
Arleigh Burke 12.
I guess, are you talking the common parlance terminology or the official terminology? Because my money's on large surface combatants.
The trouble is they already have large surface combatants as a phraseology. We still use destroyers and frigates. I would say, yeah,
exactly.
You probably get.
That's how we get Congress to think it won't be as expensive as it actually would be, as it could be. So
I think
pay for it because they think it's the cheaper option than building a cruiser.
Yeah, if they actually built... The thing is, if the Chinese started building something they were calling a cruiser, then in no time at all, the Americans would actually be building a cruiser. That's the thing.
So what we need is somebody to build a cruiser.
The Americans actually reclassified their ships to be cruisers because of the perceived cruiser gap between them and the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union had more cruisers than they did. And that's the way, there is no limit to how petty they'll be prepared to be for that one.
Yep.
Matthew, it's then Eddie Rudolph. Where would Deutschland class be used in a fleet action? I think we answered that one.
Yeah, we did.
Steve Clarke, automation. How far can it go on ships to reduce crew complement with an adequate safety margin? How far are you prepared to go, and what do you consider an adequate safety margin? That's the thing, is what level of damage control are you prepared to leave up to automated systems? What level of maintenance are you prepared to leave up to automated or redundant systems? What level of reliance are you prepared to put in that scenario?
What level of casualties do you want to be able to continue operating with?
Yeah. So that's the sort of basically. I'm sorry to answer a question with a question, but realistically, that's the point. It's how far do you want to go? How far?
I don't think it's answering a question with a question. It's pointing out that the problem there is not how far can you go with the automation. It's how far are you prepared to go with automation? Because you could have an entirely automated ship, but how long would it run for? And you could, again, that's going to depend on, because you could build in squillions of redundancies, but then you're going to end up with a huge, expensive ship with limited capability that's still probably going to fall over and go wrong on you.
96831. How, if the Royal Navy had 6 Invincible class like ours, how likely is it that the last 3 would have had the most automation on board? Considering when they're built, not likely that they're going to have that. It's going to be whichever 3 have been most recently modernized when the class ends are going to be the most, with the most systems which are like it. But also, you have to remember, sometimes new systems are both a benefit and a curse in that they might theoretically introduce automation, but they also might introduce problems with interacting with older systems, which require even more human interaction with those older systems. So, yeah, it's considering when they're being built, it's not going to have much of an impact. Yay! I think we got to the last question. So,
Ace Pilot.
Want to carry on to 1 a.m.?
No, because I have an alarm for work at 6.
Okay.
We're just at the 5-hour mark now.
All right. Well, then what we'll do is I will do another advert, and then we'll get Foxo and the others who have volunteered to come in for the singing another Christmas song before we end. To end it up.
It's probably easy for us to drop down to them in general.
Okay. So, do you two want to do that, and while I'm answering the question, and then work out what song we're going to sing? Remember, it's kiddie friendly.
Okay.
Or rather, little cousin friendly. So, Ace Pilot 2004. Was the thought of having flying boats land with convoys, they're escorting and refuel through a fort during World War II to cover areas of no air coverage in the Atlantic? If so, what stopped them? They did consider using flying boats with convoys. But the thing is, you don't really have enough with the range for doing it. So the idea was, well, maybe we use the walruses for it, but then you have to launch the walruses and recover them. And you don't really like to refuel them in the middle of the ocean. You need calmish water for them to land on, preferably, and you need to do all sorts of things to look at them. It's fun, but it's not really a viability. So it's a case of they looked at it and they very quickly worked out it wasn't going to work. Okay. But yeah, thanks for that. It's an interesting question. So that, I think, is all questions answered. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I have no idea what we're going to be singing in that session to say goodbye to you, but I did want to say Merry Christmas to you all. There are some recorded videos going to be coming out. The one for tomorrow, I have to admit, I haven't finished editing and uploading yet because I chose to spend more time in the loft putting up the installation than fixing that off, but I'm probably going to do that later this evening. The video for Christmas Day has been uploaded and is ready to go. That's me discussing logistics with Sal Mercano, which I hope you're going to enjoy. That's going on Christmas Day, 7:30. On Thursday, as in Boxing Day, there's going to be a live, which is discussing what happens if they build the F3s rather than going with a Nelrod design, which will be interesting and a fun thing to talk about. And Tuesday, on Christmas Eve, there is going to be the final of So You Want to Build an Aircraft Carrier. I hope you enjoyed those. I want to say thank you very much to everyone for your support throughout the year. I want to say I'm sorry I haven't delivered on everything I wanted to do this year, but I hope I have delivered enough that you enjoyed it so far. And I hope you're all going to have a wonderful Christmas however you spend it. And if you're lonely, please do come to the channel. This is one of the reasons why I'm doing the live unboxing day and I'm doing the things I'm doing, because I realize some people aren't lucky enough to have the huge family we have and all the things we have coming on. And if you aren't, if you find yourself in a situation, if you come to the chat and you're happy chatting away, then that's all good for me. So thank you very much and take care. And now we're going to go and find out what we're planning on singing. Oh, wish me luck. I am both afraid and excited for this one. Oh, good Lord, there's a whole choir.
God rest.
Oh, God.
What? Do it at 3/4 time. God rest ye merry gentlemen.
let nothing you dismay.
Hello, Clarke. How are you?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Dr. Clarke.
So, is it God rest ye
Have
merry
you answered the
gentlemen we're
last
doing?
question now, boss?
I have.
Bless ye merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay.
Right, and so, hey!
Saviour was born upon this day.
Christmas
To save us all from Satan's
from
power when
Satan's
we have
power.
gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort and joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and
When we
joy.
are gone astray. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Comfort and joy.
Thank you very much.
Oh, tidings of comfort and
joy. I have to say, I now feel I am now having flashbacks to all my childhood choir sessions, and I now feel very sorry for my teachers. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to all the Masters at Arms and all the people who've been helping out this year. I hope you all have a very Merry Christmas, and thank you for joining the choir at the end. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and good night. Toodles, everyone.
Have a cool Yule. Thank you to and thank the viewers.
Thank you,
Yes,
viewers.
thank you.
Thank you, viewers.
Is it over
And
yet?
Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.